Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your totally licensed, actually not lawyer. Wait, what did I say? I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And today, guys, we have a little bit of a different show than normal. Oh my gosh, this banner. I got to turn these banners off, you know, after the streams. I always forget. Today, we have a little bit of a different thing, but it's building on the stuff that we've been talking about. And we're going to talk about it some more, but with some context. We are going to initiate a watch party of the Trump cabinet meeting. The Trump has convened a meeting of his cabinet today, and we're going to watch it. It's, let's see.
Interagency
It's
agreements,
current.
2 more with
Shut up, Linda McMahon. It's going right now. It's been going for about an hour and 40 minutes. We're going to go back to the beginning. We're going to go back to the beginning. We're going to watch it. You know, I haven't had a chance to like watch through, but we're going to do this in the greater context of presidential power. Mike Middleton says, screw that. We want more Kurt. Yes, I'm getting ready. We're getting ready for the big pump, the big push, the big beef, if you will. We are going to have that sometime very soon. Don't worry. It's coming. It's coming. Best case for real estate. Oh, those aren't stopping. Don't worry about it. Those aren't stopping at all. The Kurt beatings will continue until fatness improves or something. I don't know how to say. Who cares? Who cares how to say it? It doesn't matter. Yeah. Should we open the show the same way as last time, reminding everybody his opinions on Maya? Maybe we should do that. Oh my gosh. Today's about Trump, because what day isn't? I'm just kidding. This is in the context of the debate we were watching with Joe and Bronca and Destiny, and this, you know, kind of turned into this discussion about presidential power, even though it started with presidential culpability for the deaths of, the shootings of 2 National Guardsmen by an Afghan national who I believe is an illegal immigrant, but who did obtain asylum, if I understand that correctly. There's a bunch of fuzzy legal conclusions that aren't necessarily correct, right? Like that's the thing. People come to these legal conclusions right away, and the reality is law is much more complicated and slower moving. But more importantly, I have something we have to show real quick first. This is more important than anything else so far. This doesn't happen for me. Like I don't have tweets like explode typically or anything, and I'm just laughing at it because it was a throwaway joke tweet and it's taken off, and I like it. So I'm gonna laugh at it for just a second. Just a reminder that here we go. Scientists have finally found peak masculine form. It is right here. This isn't the story. Everybody knows about this. It's this. Oh my God, this has 7,000 likes on it, and it's got 170,000 views, which is nutty. Like, again, this is just a throwaway joke of a screen grab, but man, Andrew is getting dumped on. I almost feel bad. Like, I don't actually feel bad because I'm soulless and heartless and all that stuff, but he's getting just pummeled. I'm sure he doesn't care, right? Like, he doesn't respect the opinions of the people making criticisms of him. That's not a criticism that's an observation. He doesn't seem to respect their opinions enough to have that harm him in any way. It's just funny that it's trending up. I don't know. Apparently a lot of people found it funny, I guess. But that's not what we're talking about today. I've started to review some of Andrew's debate material. I was watching what was both a good and bad debate today. I'm going to turn on the Trump hearing in just a second. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to stall or delay. I'm just chatty. I've been watching some of Andrew's debate material, trying to get it, and not the whatever debate. Those aren't debates. Like this guy has refined political opinions. I may not agree with all of them, but it doesn't really matter what I agree with. You know, the opinions are still thought through, and he's been tested by the crucible of debate or whatever for a long time. And these girls are, 20 to 30 years old, don't seem to be politically inclined or like, philosophically inclined necessarily. It's not a criticism of them. It just doesn't seem to be in their purview. And he's debating them on issues in that field. And it's like, they don't care. Like they're out at a club. So I don't know. I don't know what we're doing here with that, but okay. So like, I don't really care about his debates with them that much. Now there are some, like his debate with Naima and his debate with Snizzlicker. Those are of a different category. They debate, I guess, online. Is that a thing? Like, do people debate it like as a thing? I thought only gays like Vaush and Destiny did that. Like, I didn't know that other people did that made it whatever. But so I found this one though. It was simultaneously interesting and also completely mundane. And it was this, I like the format where he debates 5 people for 5 minutes. I thought it was on 5 different subjects, but it's on one subject. And he got to pick the subject, which is a little weird because like he's making an assertion that it seemed like the people didn't necessarily disagree with, but the production's really good and the format's interesting and it keeps things kind of brief. And it was civil. It wasn't a screaming match yelling F-slurs at people, which I like. I like screaming F-slurs at people. Like I like those debates too. Those are entertaining. But the topic was, do Christians have the same right or should Christians have the same access to governance as a secularist? So you basically like attacking indirectly the separation of church and state and what people think about it. And it was kind of interesting, but it's just the people he was discussing against were so woefully stupid and didn't realize like how their arguments defeated their own position immediately. And he got to pick the topic and frame and phrase the topic, which that sets people up for failure if you're careful at picking your topic. But it was interesting. So, I've been I'm trying to consume some of his content because I do intend to have a discussion / debate with him, and I want to learn about his style and strategy and tactic in the debate. And it's, so far in his debates with his debates on the whatever podcast and stuff, it's similar in a way to something Destiny does, and it's like setting up premises for them to accept, for then you to knock them down in a particular way and really controlling the argument. And that's a good strategy. That's not, again, these aren't criticisms, they're observations. But he's very good at controlling the argument and trying to frame things in the way that he wants them to be framed. So I like that. I like that idea. When he has a debate in 30 minutes against Brian Shapiro on if it's moral to support Trump, live review that. Oh, maybe we will. Maybe we will. I don't know anything about that. Do you, what channel is that on? If you can tell me what channel it's on, then I can queue it up and maybe we'll switch over depending on how this cabinet meeting goes. We are getting to... See, we're going to switch over to this. No. Ew. Very small cabinet. I just want to do Trump impressions all day. They make me happy. Oh, it's on the Crucible? Okay. I'll pull that up real quick, and we'll keep an eye out for that starting up. Crucible. Wait, what? Oh, there we go. This will be interesting. Kurt did a 12-minute stream an hour ago. Sexual assault and fraud. What is rape? It's perfect. It is a perfect stream for him to do. Okay, so this is scheduled for, 20 minutes from now. All right, let me hit these super chats real quick. Contemporary Compendium says, Andrew has a debate in 30 minutes against Brian Shapiro. If it's moral to support Trump, live review that. Maybe we'll switch over for that. And I may change the title as well. Trump is good at controlling the narrative, and it seems he responds to his fan base. There we go. Let's see. Exile says, are those glasses from the Target? Please advise. They're from Walmart. These are Walmart glasses. They're not thousands of dollar Tim Dillon glasses. I have two types of sunglasses right now. I have like $10. I have a couple $10 pairs. The translucent ones that I have are of the $10 variety. And then I have a couple nicer pairs of like Oakley's of different styles, and some Maui Jims as well that have they have like nice polarized lenses that are a little clearer and stuff like that. So I have both. These are cheap ones. Okay, so all right, so we'll start with this thing, and we'll keep an eye on this the time for the Crucible. But I want to check out this cabinet meeting.
Final cabinet meeting of 2025, a year that will go down as the most consequential and
Very
successful first
consequential.
year of any administration. They're saying that.
It's the best one.
Oh, I say it too, actually. But, a lot of people are saying it, and a lot of that is thanks to the men and women in the cabinet.
Oh yes, the echo.
The new and improved cabinet room, I might add. We took pictures down from the vaults. We have vaults downstairs with lots of pictures that haven't been exposed to the world for in many cases.
I love Trump. I automatically love his style. I was like, look, it's the best year. It's really the best year of any first administration. My other one was pretty good, but this one's even better. A little bit. That's what they'll be saying in the future. And we're in the room, the cabinet room, and it's actually a better cabinet room than it was before. We went to the vault. We found old things. They've been sitting around for a while, but they haven't been seen. We've exposed them now. It's like, oh my gosh. We've got Magnum Norris says, I'm from Minnesota. Is it cold as fuck right now? Yes, it's freezing out. It's like 5 degrees. Horrible. Nobody's ever seen that. I told people when we walked in, no one's seen a cabinet room like this. It hasn't been this way in a very long time, and no one alive, at least, has even seen it. Is perfect. He's just so so funny.
Years we brought them up, and we're using them as they should be used. But the cabinet room looks beautiful.
It really
like
should be.
Now.
They should be used.
The Oval Office looks beautiful like it should. It was not. It was like the rest of the country. It was in disrepair. 1 year ago, our country was dead. And said to me by many leaders, we had a dead country.
Many people.
Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true. The hottest country anywhere in the world.
Very hot,
Think of
very
that.
attractive. Winning Miss Universe left and right.
In 4 long years of the Biden administration, there were just $1 trillion of new investments in the United States in 10 months. We've secured commitments of over $18 trillion. So they had, in 1 year, less than $1 trillion. That's in a period of 4 years. Think of it, 4 years they had less than $1 trillion. In 10 months we have more than 18 trillion. Is that right, Scott? It's even going to be higher than that.
It'll be higher by
And
the
going
end of
up.
the year,
And we're waiting for the Supreme Court case, and it's so important and so vital for this country because we're not only respected again, we're putting out wars by our trade policies, and we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, and our country is wealthy again and secure again, and it's part of national security, and I hope that goes well. I think it's very important, but think of the number. We're going to be over $18 trillion in 10 months, and which is a record
lot of
times
trillions.
probably 8 or 10 times, I think more than that, for any country. There's never been a country that's had that kind of an investment ever in history. And there's never been a
I mean,
country
to be
that's
fair,
had
that's my
half of
grocery
that.
bill right now.
It's a tremendous thing that's taking place. We have companies moving in from all over the world, from Mexico, from Canada, from Europe, from China, from Japan a lot. We just had Toyota is going to spend $10 billion, they just announced, on building new plants in this country. Our
That'll be
workers,
4 Toyota
our
Camrys.
workers. But they're spending a tremendous amount. So the stock market is set 46 all-time highs. And this last Friday, which is called Black Friday, was the biggest ever online sales that there's ever been by a lot. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. I mean, these are the facts we have to get out. And, you know, there's this fake narrative that the Democrats talk about, affordability. They just say the word. It doesn't mean anything to anybody. Just say it. Affordability. I inherited the worst inflation in history. There was no affordability. Nobody could afford anything. The prices were massively high. Do you remember when we
Very
took
high,
over
biggest
eggs?
prices. Wonderful
You did a great
prices.
job on that, Madam Secretary. Agriculture, Brooke. Eggs were 4 or 5 times higher than they had ever been. They said don't order eggs for Easter at the White House. And we ended up doing it, and we got the egg prices way down, lower than what they were before.
We
But
ordered the eggs. They told us
word
not to.
affordability
We
is a
did
con
it.
job by the Democrats. They say affordable. I watched the other day where some very low IQ congresswoman talked about affordability. She had no idea.
She
The
didn't even know
prices
it's
were
affordable.
much higher.
They were higher before.
As an example, energy, gasoline, we're now at about $2.50 a gallon. We're going to be, I think, at $2 a gallon. We could even crack that at some point. I'd love to do it. And we could do it more easily if we weren't building up the strategic national reserves, which Biden emptied out before the election so that he could try and get elected, meaning he started it, then he got thrown out of the race. Then she took over and she kept it going, and they emptied out these strategic national reserves, which are really meant for something else. They're not meant to keep people happy with their gasoline price. They're meant for war. They're meant for problems, big problems. He emptied it out, and then she continued it during the process of trying to get elected. Didn't work out too well for him. And they virtually brought it down to the lowest level, I believe, in history. And it didn't have much of an impact because the prices were very high. But our prices now for energy, but for gasoline, are really low. Electricity's coming down. And when that comes down, everything comes down. But the word affordability is a Democrat scam. They say it, and then they
It's a
go into
scam.
the next subject.
Nothing's
and everyone
affordable.
thinks, oh, they had lower prices. No, they had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Now, some people will correct me, because they always love to correct me, even though I'm right about everything. But some people like to correct me, and they say 48 years. I say it's not 48 years, it's much more. But they say it's the worst inflation that we've had in 48 years. I say ever. But whether it's 48 years or ever, it's pretty bad. We had the worst inflation that we've ever had. Since last January,
Things are very large. That's why we're pushing
in its
Ozempic.
tracks.
Another
And there's
GLP-1s.
still more to do. There's always more to do, but we have it down
No more fats.
to a very good level. It's going to go down a little bit further. You want to have a little tiny bit of inflation. Otherwise, that's not good either. Then you have a thing called deflation. And deflation can be worse than inflation. But we have it almost, we'll soon be at a perfect level. But we inherited the worst inflation. But we have 20 states that are now selling gasoline at less than the $2.75.
Darn
Thinking
Scipio
that
says, can you call Trump's
$2.75
bullshit? Don't be a
and he was
coward.
at $5.
Which he said so
under
far that's
Sleepy
bullshit.
Joe. Grocery prices are down with the cost of Thanksgiving turkey this year down 33%. It was lower than 33% lower than under the Biden administration. Egg prices are way down 86%. Thank you. And mortgage rates, despite the fact that we have an incompetent chairman of the Fed, a real dope, who should reduce rates. I
Come
saw
on.
even
He's
Jamie
so
Dimon said
funny.
he should be reducing rates. I never saw Jamie Dimon say that. I wonder why he said that. But he really said it because
A
he's
real
right.
dope.
But we have a guy
What a
that's just a
moron.
stubborn ox. He probably doesn't like your president, your favorite president. But they're going to be coming down. We'll be announcing somebody probably early next year for the new chairman of the Fed. I talked to Scott about taking the job, but he doesn't want it. You got the greatest job here.
Yes, sir.
Right? He said, "No, I want to stay chairman. I want to stay right where we are, Treasury." And I think we're doing really great, aren't we? Huh?
We're doing great, sir. And it's a great team to be part
Yeah,
of.
no, it's amazing. Under my executive order to lower prescription drug prices, which I think is the single biggest thing we've ever done that
Darn
nobody writes
Scipio,
about.
inflation
Because your fake
is
news-
out of control.
I've made unprecedented
Trump has been in
deals,
office for 11
along
months.
with
Do you expect him to turn it
Bobby
around
and
immediately?
Oz and all of the people that work on it. A lot of people that you wouldn't even think work on it, but they do, to slash drug prices by 200%, 300%, 400%, 500%.
Really, we're a
600%,
pro-drug administration.
700%, 800%. Nobody's ever heard of it before because I instituted favored nations. And no nation agreed to do it. And then I said to the nations, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to charge you 100% tariff, which is more money than we're talking about. And they said, sir, we'd love to do it. Please, we would be honored to do it. And they agreed that they would go along with the whole thing. Nobody thought you could do it because they felt, number one, you couldn't get the drug.
Okay, real quick. Darn Scipio's like, beef is $4 a pound higher since Trump took over. Come on, man. You understand, like, how the process of raising beef works, right? Like, you get it. I hope you understand that beef prices lag because you have to grow a cow from from cow semen. Like you have to have cow semen and find the magical cow eggs. I don't know where those even are. Some scientist knows. And then those become big cows, but it takes a while to do that. So price of beef is a lagging indicator of the current beef economy. You can't just say that that it can be fixed. You can't just drop the price of beef now because the price of beef now is based on factors that happened prior and certainly more than 11 months ago. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you want me to call this out? Yeah, the price of beef is astronomical. At the same time, we don't know how the price of beef will be affected. What Trump policy raised the price of beef? Like, if you want to smartly explain that to me, go ahead. But I think you're going to have trouble with it because if you're going to talk about tariffs, we don't import beef except for Wagyu. Very good, wonderful. And a little bit of our taco salad in Trump Towers. It's Mexican beef. It's a little gritty, but it gets the job done very well, especially in the... Never mind. You're going to have to show me what Trump policy increased the price of beef. Like, you could point to tariffs on increasing the price of plenty of things, but we're talking about beef here. And again, beef prices are based on beef herd size. Beef herds were specifically and intentionally impacted in the wake of COVID. And those ramifications are felt when those beef come to maturity, when those Kathy Bateses become dinner, right? Like, the economy is a complicated thing. You don't just get to say, he's been president for 11 months. He should have fixed the inflation. Well, what do you want him to do? It takes time for these things to take effect. Now, maybe inflation will continue to be bad for the next 4 years. I'm of the opinion that it probably will. I don't know that he's going to fix prices at the grocery store. I don't know that that's going to happen. But if you're talking about beef, like you're way off track here on what he has the ability to do, unless he comes in with a central planned economy and says price of beef will be this much per pound, which I don't want that. I don't think anybody wants the government setting prices on things. But hey, who knows? 44 Magnum Norris says, I lived in Duluth for 5 years. You motherfuckers don't know cold until you've been up there. Oh, it's brutal. Dead Clown says, ask Merchant Royce about Brian Shapiro. 44 Magnum Norris says, Wagyu is premium and regular beef is normal price. Regular beef is very expensive right now. What actually, like, it's in many cases less expensive to buy Wagyu or comparably expensive to buy Wagyu. Now, this isn't A5 rated, like the best Wagyu in the world, but you can buy Wagyu beef that is very good. And you can buy it for around the same price as Black Angus beef here in Minnesota. So, like, I mean, this is crazy. Like, the amount of time it takes to turn these ships around is not insignificant. VR says beef prices lag for about 3 to 5 years. Some beef cows that take longer to mature can have an effect up to 10 years before you see effective change. So anyway, stop screaming at me about beef because it's silly. He talked about, he's given his stats. I'm not here to fact check his stats. I don't know. I'm listening to what he says. He's reading them off of some paper. That means they're official. Very good. We have the best stats. Wonderful stats compiled by the best statisters that's ever existed. And just enjoy the show. See what the president has to say. It's not my job to fix what he's saying.
For the, let's call it the fat drug.
Fat
FAT
drug.
for fat people. Anybody uses it at the table, don't ask.
Come on. He's the funniest president we've ever had. That's what matters.
For certain people.
It's the fat drug, the FAT for fat.
Certain countries, $1,300 in New York. So in New York, it was $1,300. And in London, it was $135. And a friend of mine called me. He said, what is this? Why is it? He got used to paying $1,300. Well, now what we have it down to is, Bobby, what's the number? Like 150 or something? We have it down to a low number, don't we?
Yeah, it's around 125, 150.
Think of that. So we got it down from $1,300
Get that man a lozenge.
to $125 to $140, depending on various countries. In other words, we're paying the lowest price, tied for the lowest price in the world. It's, people said you could never do that because you couldn't get the countries to agree to it. I did. Every country agreed to it because I said, if you're not going to agree to it, that's okay. I'm going to charge you tariffs. And as soon as I said that, they said, we agree. And then we had to be a little tough with the drug companies, but they came along. The bigger problem was the countries. The countries just wouldn't go along with it, but they did. Every country. So we have reduced drug prices by 500, 600, 700, 800, 900%, depending on the drug, depending on the company, depending on all of the different factors.
Crucible started. They're early. Oh my goodness. What? TikTok will fear? What is happening here? What is this? Some people should not be allowed near AI music. Some people shouldn't. Start the show. Dangerous Loaf of Bread says, I came over here to tell you to put some fucking respect on his name, motherfucker. Let's take a look at this. Let's see how this goes. What is... I don't want to listen to the music, though. I have not been in the TikTok trenches. I have been in the Twitter trenches. Don't you stolen valor me, motherfucker. I invented the Twitter trenches while you were still sucking on your dad's dick. You piss off, you little ant. I'm just kidding. I'm not actually mad at you. I just wanted to yell at somebody. Just needed to get my feelings out. Yeah, Miss Peachy Keen, you are unreliable. From now on, I'm never listening to you again. He crushes it slow, takes another hit. Smoky Man bad, they cry. Oh my gosh. Smoky Man bad, but he snuffs them out. I don't want to watch this. Okay, when they start, we'll go back
Nobody's
to
ever
it.
even thought of drug reductions like that, price reductions. And I told you the story that in my first term, I was so proud of myself because I reduced drugs.
Oh,
It was
thanks,
the first
Valhalla.
time
Very gay of you.
in 28 years that drug prices were reduced. Was 1/4%. 1/4%.
Oh,
And I
now
was
they-
so proud of myself.
Now they're back. Oh my gosh, no, it's just his face. Gah. What? What?
Smoky man bad, they cry, they shout. Smoky man bad, but he snuffs them.
Oh my god, I can't take it.
I said,
I thought it had
it's the
started.
first time in 28 years that drug prices went down over the course of a year, over the course of a presidency. 1 year, 1/4%. I had a news conference. I was so proud. Now I got them down, not 1/4%. I got them down 400, 500, 600% and more. And the fake news won't write about it. And
PG,
it's
but
gonna have a
everybody
huge
knows
impact
I'm
on healthcare
unreliable.
Because a big part of it's buying drugs, buying prescription drugs.
Okay, now he's talking. He's talking about Trump's talking about buying drugs. Okay, he's here now. He's actually doing something. I guess we're waiting for Brian Shapiro. Who is Brian Shapiro? By the way, if anybody wants to participate in the show, you can go ahead and send a super tip at supertip.gg/RL. It is like a super chat or a Rumble rant, although slightly more rowdy. And it involves, it involves AI voices. If you want it to, they'll read it
waiting on
for
this
you.
fucking guy
They'll read it for you.
Yeah, your microphone is
on the wrong
I think
mic.
you're on the wrong mic. Yeah.
What is with people having New Zealander co-hosts or producers or whatever? Everyone I know who does that is very unchadly. Looking at you, Melton.
Testing.
Yeah, that's better. That's better. Yeah, it was annoying. he's been telling me the last few days, insisting, click my link. And I'm like, dude, I'm hosting the fucking debate. You need to click my link.
Here, I'm going to put a banner up that says
He's like,
we'll be
able to both stream.
returning.
And I'm like, yep, you just join the fucking stream, bro.
We'll be
So I think
returning
he's
to
like
the.
Being weird about that.
We
That
will
videos to join the
return to cabinet meeting soon.
We're live right now, so you know.
Yeah, all right, well.
This is Andrew
Dave,
Wilson
your channel banned.
versus Brian Shapiro. I can't spell Andrew. Anderfew.
Just host fair. That's all either of us are asking. I know you will.
Yep, if we ever get the fucking debate going.
I come buckets.
From the mountain's crown,
What?
where shadows
What is up with all these songs?
the stars bow down.
Okay, I'm not doing this. I'm gonna watch for him to show up, I guess. I did not. How annoying.
It's going to have a huge positive impact because Obamacare is a disaster. I said it years ago and I say it now.
Real quick, I come bucket says Brian Shapiro lives at Arizona Charlie's. Look it up. I don't want to do that. James Curran says Mersh and Royce got into it with this dork. I guess Brian Shapiro is who they're talking about.
And the money should be paid, taken away from the insurance company. Obamacare was made to make the insurance companies rich. Their
Yes,
stocks have
100%
gone up
correct.
1,000% in a short period of time because the money goes to the insurance company. I want the money to go to the people. Let all the money go to the people. And let the people go out and buy their own health care.
Yeah,
And I see on
Obamacare is
television,
definitely
people are advertising
made in
now,
conjunction
we will help you buy
with the
healthcare.
insurance companies.
We will go out and help you buy. That's becoming like an industry because of
guaranteeing
what I said.
their revenue.
So something's going to happen. It's probably not going to be easy because the Democrats, frankly, they don't want to make a good deal for the people. They just want to make a bad deal for the country. They want to make a bad deal for the Republican Party. But the Republican Party is united. And
Who's
I
Tim
will say
Dillon?
that
I don't know who any
what
of
I
these
would
people
like to
ever
do
are.
Is the money doesn't go, trillions of dollars get paid to drug companies.
It's not that I'm
And you
narcissistic.
still
I
have
just don't
lousy
respect
healthcare.
anyone other than
Obamacare
myself.
is horrible health care. We wanted to go to the people and then let the people go out and buy their own health care, and they'll do great. They'll do great. So we're negotiating that now with the Democrats. Well, congressional Democrats want the largest tax hike in history. I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history with the Great Big Beautiful Bill. The Great Big Beautiful Bill, the biggest piece of legislation ever signed, and that includes the extension of the original Trump tax cuts. But it's the biggest tax cut ever signed, and it includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, so think of that.
It appears
And in
that the Andrew
addition,
Wilson
if you
debate
buy a
may not be
car,
happening.
This is great for our car industry because we have a lot of car plants. We're bringing back the automobile business. 60% of it was stolen because we had incompetent presidents or incompetent trade people. But 60% of it was stolen over the years, and now I think we're bringing it all back. I think we'll be bigger than we've ever been in the auto business. That's not even to mention AI, where we're leading China. You know, we're leading China by a lot. They're not going to catch us.
A whole lot.
We have to be smart, but if we're smart, they're not going to be able to catch us. They know that. They told me that. Next year is projected to be the largest tax refund season ever. And we're going to be giving back refunds out of the tariffs because we've taken in literally trillions of dollars.
I'm going to retitle this
And we're
back
going
to
to be
what it
giving
was.
a nice dividend to the people. In addition to reducing debt, as you know, I inherited a lot of debt.
Tons of
But
debt. Me
it's
too.
peanuts compared to the kind of numbers we're talking about. So we're going to be making a dividend to the people. And additionally, we're going to
Real quick, I'm just going to update this. I'm not going to do the Andrew Wilson debate now. Like it looks like Brian Shapiro has flaked out or is going to be significantly late by like maybe an hour. Not going to do it. So don't really have any interest in doing it live. If it's interesting, maybe I'll do it tonight or something like that. But we're going to just stick with the presidential cabinet meeting. I thought it would be fun to watch a live debate and go through it live because, you know, it's easier sometimes to review something than to go through live. But if it's not happening, it's not happening. So we're here. Here's where we are.
be able to reduce debt. And as time goes by over the next 2, 3, 4 years, those numbers are going to go up. And I believe that at some point in the not too distant future, you won't even have income tax to pay because the money we're taking in is so great, it's so enormous that you're not going to have income tax to pay. Whether you get rid of it or just keep it around for fun or have it really low, much lower than it is now, but you won't be paying income tax. We've slashed $1 trillion in costly job-killing regulations, saving Americans an estimated $2,100.
So I got a
for
problem with
family of
this.
4. The Biden administration was the exact opposite, but times 4. They went up.
I do have a problem with him talking about, we're going to get rid of the income tax. We're not going to get rid of the income tax unless similarly minded people remain in power. What always happens when there's a decrease in or an increase in revenue is never a decrease in taxation. It's always an increase in taxation. They may do a temporary tax cut or whatever that doesn't last forever and only benefits the 1% or whatever you want to say, whatever criticism. It doesn't matter because you're effectively right. The tax cuts don't really remain persistent. Revenue from the income tax remains pretty stagnant. If we're making all this money and you want to end the income tax, fucking do it. Fucking do it before you leave office. But let's repeal the income tax amendment. Just say you can't do an income tax anymore. That's the best way to handle it. That would be great. We're not going to do that, though. We all know we're not going to do that. And we all know that if there's even, it doesn't matter, Democrat or Republican, an increase in revenue will not correlate with a decrease in taxes. It's frustrating as hell when people talk about it.
$6,000. We
Mulgara says Trump saying he inherited a lot of debt, which he did, while also being the president who has added the most debt ever is truly something, eh? Yeah, I suppose. I suppose it's something. Lord of the Ree says people who are mad or disappointed with Trump's performance this term must not have been paying attention during his first term. Everything is fake and gay. Just have fun along the way. Mulgara says a big, beautiful bill will continue to add to the debt and deficit. They talk about 1.5 trillion cut from spending, but that's after 10 years, whereas the annual deficit is over 2 trillion. But the annual deficit's been over 2 trillion since Bush. So I'm not sure what you're getting at there.
went down $2,100. Think of that. To bring down energy, electricity, and utility prices, I ended the Green New Scam. They call it the Green New Scam, one of the greatest scams in the history of our country. They talked about global warming and all that crap, and what they've done to this country. What they've done by allowing 25 million people into our country, many of whom are criminals, many of whom, 11,888 are murderers, and we have to get them out, and we're doing it. We're doing it. I think what the job that our law enforcement
Mr. Rude Boy, I
groups
see
are
it. I don't
doing,
know if I
Chrissy,
care.
you and Tom and everybody, amazing. What you're doing is amazing.
Pablo Pacheco says, can you give us a famous tax rant again? The rant is classic and so true. Wait, which one? Taxation is theft, period. It is. I don't know if I get particularly motivated, maybe we'll jump into something. But at the end of the day, taxation is theft. All revenue that the country holds comes from its people. Like all resources that the country holds are supposed to be owned by the people, but instead, we do have the federal government owning a significant amount of ridiculous land. I don't want to talk about this right now. Taxation is always not the answer. There are other ways to fund the country. The interesting thing is an import or excise fee, that fee or tax, whatever you want to call it, is way different than an income tax. And it is a proposed solution that basically hits everybody, except for basic necessities. Basic necessities tend to come locally. You've got food. We do import some food. But if the ability to fund the government exists through transactions on commercial activity, maybe we should just do that instead of taxing income, which then, punishes people who save and have their money grow. Like, that's a silly way to do taxation.
Terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate. And look, some people that make electric cars weren't happy with that. But we have to do that because you have to have a choice, whether it's a gasoline-powered car. And we have so much gasoline. China doesn't have gasoline. We do. And whether it's a hybrid, which really are working really well, the combination of electric and gasoline driven. But we, everybody was supposed to, by 2030, everybody had to own an electric car under the Biden stupidity.
Under the Biden stupidity. And that's these green energy standards that require like the replacement of fleets by a certain date, the replacement of fleets, both fleets that are for sale, controlling the economic output of auto manufacturers is crazy. Has huge implications for energy producers and distributors as well, that like we won't actually know until those things go into effect. And nobody seems to care about the government, again, planning the economy out this way. Those are all terrible. But Mulgara says, I know it's ultimately futile to be bitching about the debt and deficit, but I like complaining about the government. What can I say? Say no more. I mean, say everything more. Also, base taxation is theft and the fucking Fed. 100% agree. Because it's the only right answer.
And not everybody wants to do that. I like electric cars. I like all cars. They're all good. They all have reasons.
They're all good.
But you want to be able to go and buy what you want. I imposed historic tariffs that are now bringing in so much money that nobody's ever
Except
seen
for
anything
Pontiac,
like it.
glad it's gone.
And countries that were ripping us off, including allies, but they were ripping us off for years. I won't use the names. I won't mention Japan. I refuse to mention South Korea. I will not mention names. But they were ripping us off like nobody's ever been ripped off before. and taken horrible advantage of your country. But now we're making a lot of money. We're making a lot of money because of the tariffs.
The
that
other
are
thing is,
pouring in.
you can't convince me
And
that you're
it's really
serious about green
national
energy
security among
if you're
everything else, it's
discarding
national security. We've
entirely
also rapidly
nuclear
turned the
power.
worst border crisis in world history. I believe we had the worst border ever in history. I don't care if you had a fourth world country. You know, we allow third world country in. We would allow fourth world war countries in also. It doesn't matter. There was never a border that was as bad as our border. We allowed anybody in with no checks, no vetting. So we've rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history into the strongest border in the history of our country, and probably one of the strongest borders in the history of the world, because we have nobody coming through. And I want to thank our people. The Border Patrol is so amazing, ICE, and I want to thank the military for the backup, because they're standing right behind them, and that was really nasty for a period of months, and now it's no longer nasty. Now they don't even come up. Nobody comes up. It's an easy job. Made your job a lot easier because they know they're not going to get through. And we take people in, but they have to come in legally. For 6 months in a row,
Only when
0
invited.
illegal
No
aliens
more
have
country
been
rape
admitted
from
into
them.
the United States. You believe that? 0. We had millions of people coming in a year, millions. Now we have 0 for 6 months, and these are given by radical left people that do the numbers. I mean, they're not doing them any favor. They're being. We don't have our net numbers are unbelievable, but we had 0 people.
Look, if the president is giving you numbers and he says they're unbelievable, like that, don't do that. Just as a strategy. That's my advice to the president. Take the word unbelievable out your mouth. Don't do it.
In the last 6 months, illegal border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded. And nobody talks about that anymore. You know, it's crazy. They don't talk about it. You think they'd say, well, Trump's done a great job in the border. This country is being destroyed by the border. But you always find something new, like,
My apologies. That was my fault. It was my fault. I accidentally clicked the back button on my mouse in the wrong window. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. We're back.
I sit here, I do four news conferences a day. I ask questions from very intelligent lunatics. I give the right answers. There's never scandals. There's never a problem. I give answers that solve your little problems.
Oh, the echo. Yes. Thank you.
You can't
Got it.
find anything, but you do stories about Biden was in wonderful health. The guy didn't
It was
do a
just
news
his
conference for 8
resonant,
months.
godlike voice.
If I go one day, I had one day where I didn't do a
I go
news
one
conference.
day,
There's something
day.
wrong with the president. You people are crazy. I'll let you know when there's something wrong. There will be someday. That's going to happen to all of us. But right now, I think I'm sharper
Trump
than I
calls
was
for his
25 years ago.
own
But who the hell knows?
assassination.
By the way, I took my physical. I got
Here we go.
all A's, everything.
All A's.
But they said to me, would you like to take a cognitive test? I said,
Even
is it
sent a note
hard?
to my dad, said he's very good.
They said yes. I said, well, I'm a very smart person. Who was the last president to take one? No president has ever agreed to take one. Because when you get into the mid-questions, meaning, 10, question number 10, 11, 12,
That's the middle.
28, 30, they get harder and harder.
Starts at 10,
And,
goes up as high as
They
necessary.
said, would you like to do it? I said, well, no reason to do it. Nobody's ever done it. I'll do it maybe, but there's really no reason. They said, sir, the problem is this is Walter Reed Hospital. And that's a military hospital. And that means that things are, sort of open. It's not like private where you have, if you do poorly, we'll have to, probably you'll find out. I said, I won't do poorly. I'm a smart person, not a stupid person.
Very smart, very bright,
As the doctor
wonderful,
will tell
not
you,
dim.
I aced it. Right, Susie? I aced. I got every question right. And these are tough questions. These are questions that I would say 99% of the people that I'm talking to right now, meaning the people from the fake news, would not do well in those exams. But I'm the only one that took it. I got every single question right. And then I read in the New York Times, is Trump sharp? Trump is sharp, but they're not sharp. That's why they're going out.
Hey, wait, what happened? Okay, this is not my fault. The audio just stopped on this thing, but I didn't do that. See if we can.
For that, we are working to resolve the issue, and we hope to resume our live coverage shortly.
Yeah, thanks for the technical.
The president of Europe were really respected. In fact, I went to a NATO and they were calling
They must have hit the back button on the wrong window too.
me the president of Europe. We're doing very well. We have a lot of respect. As you know, we have a problem with a war that our people are trying to settle now with Russia and Ukraine. We are not involved in the war monetarily anymore. Biden gave away $350 billion like it was candy. That's a massive amount of money.
Very large.
And much of it in cash, a lot of it in equipment. I don't give away anything. We sell the equipment to NATO. The European nations pay us for the equipment, 100% price. And then they bring it to Ukraine or whatever they do with it. But we're trying to get that settled. I've settled 8 wars. This would be the 9th. And our people are over in Russia right now to see if we can get it settled. Not an easy situation. Let me tell you what a mess. It's a war that never would have happened if I were president. Not even a chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years. We've renamed the Department of Defense the Department of War, and I thought that would be controversial. And frankly, I tell you what, I haven't met one person, there's not one person I've met that doesn't like it. You know, think of it. We won World War I, World War II, everything in between, everything before it. And then we said, let's change the name. So we changed it back to what it was, Department of War, and Pete's doing a great job. We ended 8 wars, think of that. 8 wars, but we're going to do one more, I think. I hope. I hope.
What? Do one
Every
more,
time I
end
end a
one
war,
more.
they say if President Trump ends that war, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. If I end that war. Well, he won't get it for that war, but if he ever gets it for the next war, now they're saying, if he ever ends the war with Russia and Ukraine, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. What about the other 8 wars? India, Pakistan. Think of all the wars I ended.
No, you united India
I
and
should get the Nobel
Pakistan.
Prize
Call
for every
centers
war,
everywhere
but I don't
flooding
wanna,
right
I don't
now.
wanna be greedy. Actually, the woman who got the Nobel Prize said, "You've got to be kidding. Trump deserves the Nobel Prize." So that was very nice of her. I appreciate it, which is true, actually. But I don't care about that. You know what I care about? I care about death.
It's true. I don't
care
care
about all
about
the
it.
people
Let's
that are
talk about it,
dying. And last month, 27,000 young people died, mostly young people, mostly soldiers, despite some missiles being shot into Kiev and other places. But think of it, mostly young people. 27,000 people died between Russia and Ukraine last month. What a shame. So we're restoring law and order to our cities and towns. If you look at what's happened, and I want to pay my deepest respects to those 2 incredible people from the National Guard in West Virginia they came from. I spoke to their parents. Sarah is gone. She passed away. She's looking down on us now, and she loves her parents, and they loved her. They were, somebody said, how are they doing? I said, the word is devastated. Doing. How are they going to do? They're devastated. The rest of their lives they're going to be devastated. She was an incredible person, highly respected, top of her class, everything. She was like a perfect human being. 20 years old, just started. She was like a baby. She was so proud. They were giving her a promotion. And she told the parents that she was getting a promotion. And they were so proud of her. Then they get a call that this happened. And we have one young man who's fighting for his life. He's fighting very hard. I think he's probably doing better than anybody. They said he didn't have a chance. I'll tell you, the one who said he's going to live is his mother. Spoke to his mother. Sir, he's going to live. I spoke to her very soon after this horrible event took place with this scum that is able to come into our country. I spoke to his mother. Sir, he's going to be okay. I'm telling you. No doctor thought that. Nobody thought that. He was
I
in
knew.
bad places, and she was like
I knew.
so positive. It was incredible. And it's possibly right, Pam, right? Possibly right. Boy, it would be amazing. If he lives, it would be amazing. A miracle, actually. But we're very proud of those two people. We're very proud of the National Guard. We're very proud of our military and our police and our firemen and women. If you go back and take a look a year ago, year and a half ago, it all changed, I think, on November 5th, the day of the election. But you go back before that, you couldn't get people to join the military, Pete, right? They didn't want anything to do with military.
Right,
They wanted
Pete? They didn't
nothing
even
do
want
with
to.
joining
They
the
didn't want to
police or
join
the
up.
fire.
We asked
They
them. We
wanted
said, "Would you
nothing
like to join?" They
do
said,
with
"No."
anything.
All of them.
They had no spirit. The country it had no spirit, nothing. And now we just had the highest recruitment in history, and we're getting great people. We're getting great people, and I will say,
Arguably better than prior
despite
people.
what just happened, Washington D.C. has become a really safe.
Man, they're having trouble again. These guys
effective,
are
'cause
guys
we
are
were
terrible.
really, really effective, and we are. And Washington D.C. is now considered a very, very safe city. We had crime numbers a year ago that was so bad, embarrassment that the city, the capital of this country, could have numbers like that. And Washington now is.
Wesley over on Rumble asked a very unfair question. He says, if nobody's getting across the border, then why do we have to blow up drug boats now? Sorry, the blow is on the drug boats, not blowing up. But also, they're not crossing the border because we're blowing up the drug boats. How do you not get this? How do you not understand this? I don't. What are we even doing here?
He did his blood work and thought it was McDonald's ketchup.
Look, it's rich. It's a little bit sweet, a little bit tangy, and a bit zesty when it needs to be.
I mean, no murders, no this. It's been a miracle also what happened here. And now we're in Memphis and we're going to New Orleans pretty soon. Over then the governor called me. He'd like to have us go there. Governor Landry, great guy, great governor. He's asked for help in New Orleans, and we're going to go there in a couple of weeks. And we're doing a real job. Even Chicago's down a little bit because we have a minor force there. We could knock it down within 4 or 5 weeks. We could bring it down to almost nothing. But we have a governor that's grossly incompetent, and we have a mayor that's even more incompetent than the governor. He's a very low IQ person. And typically, low IQ people don't make good mayors. So the statistics bear it out. They're not very good. If they're low IQ, not great at running cities, frankly. I mean, I don't know. It's just what I've seen and witnessed. So I do want to touch on something, some legal overlap here that I've always found interesting. I was just talking to Lady Raggets about this yesterday or the day before. Back in the 70s, they did a study on crime in major metropolitan areas. It started with one city. When they got the results, they were blown away by what they found. And so then they decided to expand it out to most of the metro areas in the United States and then eventually global metro areas. And they came to the same conclusion, you know, within a few percentage points, but the same conclusion every time. And I've talked about this before, but I'll talk about it until I'm dead. They found that half of violent crime in metro areas, which I don't know if you guys know this, but violent crime in metro areas accounts for the majority of violent crime in the United States. But half of violent crime in metro areas is confined to 5% of the city's blocks. And those city blocks are not economically mobile, which means that if you police specifically those city blocks and you do a concentrated push to end violent crime in those areas, you will actually eliminate somewhere close to half of violent crime, and it won't just move over. Because again, due to the economics of poverty, the economics of the drug trade, the economics of dense city planning, they're not mobile. So if you hit these blocks hard with policing, you'll eliminate a significant amount, up to half, of violent crime, and it won't return, at least not quickly. Like that, obviously, economics would, over time, you may manifest violent crime in different areas, but you know the strategy now because you can target your policing to those places where it's specifically bad and it won't move. When presented with this,
when presented with this, it was the National Association of Police Chiefs or whatever. They're told, here's how you can actually reduce violent crime significantly in America. What they did, obviously they did this, right? Like they pushed to police these bad areas. No, what they did was they increased traffic enforcement intentionally instead. So just remember that when we're talking about crime, we're talking about police, we're talking about violence, any of these things. The answer to knowing how to effectively, significantly reduce violent crime across the country in every metro area and even across the world, the choice was increased traffic enforcement. That is why fuck the police, coming straight from the underground.
Echo Kurt win.
Maybe Kurt should make Lil Smokies for the next Cooking with Kurt.
Oh, no. No.
I want to thank all of our cabinet members. They're high IQ. Let me see one. Yeah, generally speaking.
And critically, it's not prosecute. I saw someone say, well, the police can't do anything with the DA is not prosecuting, blah, blah, blah. It's not. First of all, this is 1978 this started. DAs now are not the same as DAs back then. That being said, it's not the convictions that necessarily matter. It's the policing specifically that matters in this instance. Because police presence in these areas and police activity in these areas reduce the opportunity for crime, not just the commission of crime. And they know this. They know the effectiveness of this. They've always known. We've always been at war.
I'm a little concerned about that. No, but I want to thank, we have a great cabinet, amazing people. All of them.
These cabinets are wonderful.
Some of them become
they hang
stars.
from the
We're
walls
getting
on
credit
their own.
for the good cabinet, actually. And I just want to wish everybody a great holiday. We've I think, done a great job with the White House, bringing the White House back. You see the Palm Court that was redone. The Lincoln bedroom was redone. The Lincoln bathroom is now gorgeous, like it should have been. It was terrible green tile that was never the way it was supposed to be. It was done in the 1940s, actually, but it was not proper. And we're restoring the White House just like we're restoring the country, and people are thrilled. But the First Lady's done a beautiful job with the Christmas trees and all the decorations. I see the wreaths on the windows. I've never seen that before.
I've never seen a wreath
on the
before.
windows of the White House. And you know, it's 4 stories high. I said, how did they get that wreath? They had people going up in a little dangerous. I wouldn't want to do it. But they put them
What
up,
is he talking
and,
about? This
we
is
have
so irrelevant.
wonderful people working in the White House, and they're really proud to bring the building back. Because this building was a little bit like the country. It was mishandled. It was mistreated. And now it's being given love. And we're building one of the great, I think, maybe the greatest ballroom. We needed it for 150 years. They've been asking. You see the trucks and cranes and excavators in the background. And you hear them, and every time I hear them, I love the sound. To me, I love the sound. I wouldn't say my wife is thrilled. She hears pile drivers in the background all day, all night. They go till 12 o'clock in the evening, day, night.
Lamau. Give me a second. My wife hears pile drivers in the background all day, all night. They go till 12, 13, 14 in the morning. Just driving, pile driving. Oh. I'm going to die.
Night, pile drivers. Darling, could you turn off the pile drivers?
I don't have the ability to turn off the pile drivers, dear. You're just going to have to endure the pile driving all through the night. I can't take it.
Darling, that's progress. But no, we're doing great. It's going to be I think it's going to be the finest ballroom ever built, and we're going to have it here. They've wanted it for 150 years. Think of that.
Honey, I know you're tired of the pile driving, but the pile driving will continue.
It's been a great cabinet. Let's think of it. Time flies, but this is our last of the year, as I said, and I just think you've done a fantastic job. And we're going to go around the room. We'll go quickly, but we're going to go around the room, and we'll start with Pete. and you'll tell us about some of the achievements. And some of you have achievements that are
Can you
so
tell us
big,
about
I
the
don't want
boats?
you to go through the whole thing because we don't have time. But we'll start with Pete, and then if you want, we'll take some
I just want to know if Pete's mole is going to also have a presser.
questions at the end. Please, Pete.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As you said, it has been a historic year at the Department of War. Recruiting and retention over this year are at the most historic levels our country has ever seen.
Okay, I think he means historically high levels, but what he said wasn't actually anything. They're at the most historic levels that we've ever seen. I don't know what that means. That means, what is the most historic? These are the most historic. Look, these other levels are very historic, the ones that happened in the past, but the one that's happening right now is the most historic. I don't know if that's how that works. It's a light jab because it didn't make sense.
A chance to be on a aircraft carrier destroyer over Thanksgiving. The spirit in our ranks since the election under President Trump is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it as a soldier myself in uniform. And I know a lot of you feel the same way.
We like you out of uniform,
the
too, Pete.
DEI and the political correctness, it's all merit-based at the department. We're getting back to basics: accountability, training, readiness, lethality, and that's reviving that spirit. And Mr. President, we're rebuilding the military, historic investments. I just took briefings on the Golden Dome and F-47, next generation capabilities that are going to make sure that for generations to come, America has the most powerful.
Who's the next guy over? Is that the Treasury guy? Please don't be the Treasury guy.
Most capable, most lethal military in the world, which you have rebuilt once and we're rebuilding again. And then we're reestablishing deterrence and credibility. If you look at what happened, we deal with every day the outcome of what happened in Afghanistan, the debacle under Joe Biden. We just dealt with it in the streets of Washington, D.C. with those 2 National Guardsmen. And then what happened on October 7th with Hamas, what happened in Ukraine, a war that never would have started under President Trump. We're having to rebuild that. So whether it's freedom of navigation and taking the fight to the Houthis, whether it's Midnight Hammer, those beautiful B-2s going 37 hours back and forth, undetected, delivering with precision, and Iran not getting nuclear capabilities, Europe and NATO stepping up to 5%, locking down our southwest borders.
Oh, God, it's the Secretary of Commerce. No. When life becomes a meme. I thought the Golden Dome should go to Israel. They have the iron one. Should be golden. Should be better. Why am I like this?
It's been an honor to work with Christy and Tom and everyone else down there to lock it to zero, operational control of our border. And then it's getting after and going after narco-terrorists and designated terrorist organizations in our own.
So look at his name tag on the table.
As I've said, I'll say again, we've only just begun striking narco boats and putting narco-terrorists at the bottom of the ocean.
Narco-terrorists.
Because they've been poisoning the American people. And Joe Biden
Am I one of the?
tried to
Am I
approach
the
it
bad
with kid
guy?
gloves and allowed them to come across the border. Cartels take over community, 20 million people, hundreds of thousands of Americans.
Speaking of going to the bathroom, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Whew. Holy cats. I'm drinking too much. I'll be right back in just a minute. Let me play this peeing lawyer song. I'll be right back in just a second.
He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited for what you have for us when your PM is through. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your draw. good night. And remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure your hangover. Oh, drink some when the stream is over. When you have small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't.
We're back. Sorry about that. My drinking of carbonated water with orange mango in it is catching up to me.
Pile driving will continue until womb improves.
Pile driving's going to keep happening. You can't stop this train. Mulgara says, I really loathe the Venezuela strikes. There's a ton wrong with it. What's that? What's wrong with it? What proof other than trust me, bro, is there that they're bringing drugs? Also, fentanyl doesn't come from Venezuela per the DEA. Look, I'm not a fan of the. I've made my perspective on the war on drugs and drug policy in the United States pretty clear, I think, including practicing what I preach. No, I'm just kidding. That was a joke. But that said, like, whatever is the proof of a lot of things that government does to police to police the country. This is policing outside of the country. It's preventing something coming in. And I mean, how do we know there's drugs on the boat? I don't know, because there's drugs on all the boats that are doing this. They're not following the procedures that typically happen with regular shipping boats or passenger boats. Like, they're not doing any of the things you normally do. They're operating in a manner that is consistent with the drug trade. Now, does that mean that they're always right? No, I don't think so. I don't trust government to always be right. I actually trust them to be wrong most of the time. But that said, we need to find out what's illegal, unlawful, or immoral or improper about it. Like, what is it? What is it? Because as pro legalization as I may be, it's not currently legal. And so when you contribute to the drug trade, you contribute to effectively, the poisoning of the people and risk that's involved. And just because this stuff doesn't have fentanyl in Venezuela, which, I mean, how do we know that? Just because the DEA says the fentanyl doesn't come from Venezuela doesn't mean that fentanyl isn't in Venezuela or in Venezuelan drugs. These drugs will be eventually potentially mixed with fentanyl, et cetera, at the assailant. And their strategy is to choke off supply. I don't think that's the right strategy in general. Like, it hasn't worked, but this is a new thing. The question isn't, though, if it's the right strategy. The question is it legal? Is it within their purview to do so? And I think so. I think it is. Although there's a question on whether or not we can actually declare war on, like, a cartel or a drug trade. Is that something we can do? Like, I know we had the war on drugs in the 80s, which is, like, cheeky, but we have a literal war going on now. We have a literal war where missiles are being fired and people are being referred to as unlawful combatants. And they're unlawful combatants because they take quote unquote combative action against another power, but they're not associated with the state itself. And they're not sanctioned by the state. Cartels don't operate within those, the sanctioned rules of a governmental military. So what do we do with them? What do we do with them?
Poisoned, and President Trump said, no, we're taking the gloves off. We're taking the fight to these designated terror organizations, and it's exactly what we're doing. So we're stopping the drugs, we're striking the boats, we're defeating narco terrorists, and we're standing.
And Peter, you may say one thing, that drugs coming in through the sea by sea are down 91%. And I don't know who the 9% is.
I'm not sure either, sir.
But down 91% by sea.
We've had a bit of a pause because it's.
I'm just glad I'm no longer using, because prices sound like they've probably gone up. since then. Mulgara says, I think I'm mainly annoyed by the strategy. I think the drugs will be the pretext for regime change in Venezuela, which I am vehemently against. The drugs act as the WMD in this case. Now, I don't have a particular opinion. This isn't a challenge. Why are you opposed to regime change in Venezuela? And I think that's an interesting question. Is it acceptable for the United States to desire and then implement regime change in countries globally in the interest of the United States? I don't think that's an easy answer, although I'll say yes, of course it is. Of course, the United States has the ability to have a preference on regime, to change the regime if necessary. Let's see what we got. Hold on. All right. Anyway, back to this.
Hard to find boats to strike right now. Which is
Let's see, Shadefire says, we've made some rather poor decisions on who we leave in charge after regime change in the past. See, Iran is our biggest example of oops. Yeah, 100%. We've made some poor decisions on that with hindsight. Again, the question is it right for the U.S. to exert its preferences globally or any country? Right? Like, is it right for us to do that? And if it's not, I want to know the reason, the authority as to why it's not, either the moral authority, the political authority, the legal authority. Now, obviously, some things can violate international law, you know, tampering with democratic elections, which we've done tons of times, and we don't seem to have a problem with that. You know, like there are things that are unlawful internationally that the international court will come and say, bad United States or whatever, and no one ever does anything. But what is the limit? And I don't know. This isn't like a throwdown gauntlet. I don't have a strong opinion on it. I think that countries should have, I think all entities are able to act in their own self-interest. And that if we don't like how that's being done, we need to put laws or rules or some enforcement mechanism around it, I guess. But you and I should be able to act in our own self-interest. I don't know why that doesn't scale up to a country. Mulgara says, regime change doesn't work. It'll lead to destabilization in the region and potential migrant crisis. I'm a Ron Paul guy fundamentally, so I'm allergic to regime change by default. I mean, that's fine. That's a political perspective, though. It's not like it's not objective in any particular way. And I'm not saying you have to like regime change either. I don't really care. I'm just curious what authority there is that says that a state can't act in its own interests and affect other states. I think it certainly can. Okay, let's get back to this.
is the entire point, right? Deterrence has to matter, not arrest and hand over and then do it again, the rinse and repeat approach of previous administrations. This is meant to get after that approach. And I will just end by saying, as President Trump always has our back, we always have the back of our commanders who are making decisions in difficult situations, and we do in this case and all these strikes. They're making judgment calls and ensuring that they defend the American people. They've done the right things. We'll keep doing that, and we have their backs, Mr. President.
Good job. Thank you very much. Howard?
So we set out to stop the ripoff of the United States of America. This is about global change of trade. We've been ripped off since 1945 when we set this policy. So we set out, and together with my partners, Jameson Greer and Scott Bessent, we set out to change that. So we started, the first one was the UK deal, right? We asymmetric, they pay us 10%, and we get charged nothing. That allows us to export, and that began the process. Then we did the biggest, the European Union, 450 million people, $20 trillion economy. They completely opened their borders to us, and we charge them 15%. That makes America $100 billion a year and turns it back to where our economy is the best And so it proved that President Trump's trade agenda was the right trade agenda. Then we go to Japan and Korea. They offer us $750 billion in cash to build in America at the president's direction. And we're going to start, as an example, nuclear, right? We need to have a nuclear arsenal in America of power, the generation of power. So we're going to build hundreds of billions of dollars, financed by the Japanese and the Koreans, meaning they give us the money, we build it here, and we split the cash flow 50-50. We're going to build ships, $150 billion worth of ships in America. That changes the way things work, right? After those trade deals, then you go to how are we going to reshore, right? Let's start talking about the auto industry, right? We've been competed against by Koreans, the Japanese, the Europeans. We're kicking our
The way he talks is pretty funny. Like, look, those Koreans, those Japanese, those Euros. They'd be kicking our tail in manufacturing cars. Like, well, I mean, some places kind of maybe, but American automaking isn't like a slouch. What? I don't know about this.
President Trump changed it. 25% tariffs, bring it all home. This year, General Motors stock up 40%, Ford up 34%, and on the same day that we announced we had set all the tariffs, Sean Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers, called and said, I can't believe I'm calling a Republican Secretary of Commerce to tell the president that this is the greatest administration for auto workers in America. The stock's up and the auto workers up. That proves that President Trump understands how to take care of the whole ecosystem, both the companies and, more importantly, the people who work.
We call it the whole enchilada.
Right? We didn't build any. The Biden CHIPS Act was a $60 billion giveaway. Right? We've now turned that. $300 billion is committed to America. That's going to go up to $750 billion in the next 60 days. Right? And then you go to pharmaceuticals, right? $250 billion being invested in America, and then working together with Bobby Kennedy, right? Pounding away on that MFN, working together as a joint team. They're coming to over $250 billion and cutting prices in half. We did the golden share of U.S. Steel to make sure the Mon Valley is protected. Intel gave us 10% of the company, make tens of billions of dollars, right? And the last thing I will say is a year ago today, I was working on transition with President Trump, right? To build the greatest cabinet ever for the greatest president ever. And I, as I sit here today, I can't be more proud of how you did it, sir. You've created the greatest cabinet. It is a joy to be at this table.
That guy's really amped up. I like it. He's pumped, man.
They came to see me from Intel, and they had a problem. I said, look, we'll fix your problem, but I think the United States is entitled to 10% of your company. And the chairman looked at me and he goes, you have a deal. Tell him, how much money have we made since I made that deal?
It's only $40 billion.
40 billion. We made $40 billion. That was, what, 3 months ago? Does anybody write about it? Nobody writes about it. That's okay.
It's okay. Nobody does it.
Mr. Secretary, how we doing with transportation?
Well, Mr. President, so just quickly on aviation, many of you have heard that we have an infrastructure made of copper. We have to transition to fiber. The last administration said it was going to take more than 10 years to complete the transition from copper to fiber. They had no plan to actually do it. We have already completed a third of this transition from copper to fiber. Now it's going to take longer for us to go from analog to digital. By the way, the rest of the world transitioned 20 years ago from analog to digital. We are just going to do that at the FAA right now, but we're buying new radios. We're going to buy...
we got new radios. We can hear Rush Limbaugh all day. Finally, it's been a long time since we've been able to hear his beautiful voice, wonderful voice, but we've got these great radios, new radios.
New radar. By the way, those radar are going to be made in America, Mr. President. This phase of the operation will be completed by the time you leave office. It's 3 years. I do need another $20 billion, Congress, to start the second phase, which is really important, and we'll try to get that done also in that 3-year time period, but we need the money. Critically important. With regard to commercial driver's license, I think we've covered a lot the crashes that have taken place around the country, and what we found is there have been states that have issued commercial driver's license to foreigners, and they've gone through sham schools, and they're not safe on American roadways. And so, in partnership with Secretary Noem, we have driven those numbers down. We've got California, Gavin Newsom, to revoke 17,000 unlawfully issued licenses. We've closed down half of the fake schools that give out these fake licenses, all critically important. Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota gave 33% of these licenses unlawfully. People that should never have a driver's license driving a big rig on American roads, endangering the American people, shameful. We've cleaned up Union Station here in D.C. per your directive. We're going to rebuild Penn Station in New York. We're going to break ground at the end of 2027, get that project operational.
Okay.
And, you know, Mr. President, a lot of us, I fly commercially, I fly back by the bathrooms. I don't know why that happens. They put me in the back. But, you know, we've asked Americans to bring their better selves, to bring civility back to travel, to say, listen, let's say please.
You know what? Someone criticized Milo Yiannopoulos the other day for wearing pajama pants on a plane. And he said, I will start dressing with dignity when airlines start acting with dignity, something to that effect. And yeah, like, oh, we bring our better selves and civility to air travel. How about you fucking chill out on the airports and you make air travel bearable and less expensive again? Like, what is this? It is one of the worst systems that you get to participate in as an American, as American air travel. The TSA is a nightmare, which doesn't actually effectively do anything. And you get smaller and smaller seats, fatter and fatter people next to you, smaller bathrooms, less convenience going on. You have to pay for bags. You don't get meals. Snacks cost $8,000. The only good thing is if I'm a Delta Sky Miles member, I at least get free fucking Wi-Fi. The air travel experience today is so cataclysmically unlikable that I have no desire to bring my peaceful self. Like, I mean, I don't do anything on an airplane other than sit down and fly, but fuck them. They're awful. Mulgara says, Trump calling Tim Walz seriously retarded had my sides in orbit. The fact that he doubled down on it too, truly fantastic. Yeah, again, Trump is, whatever you say about Trump, he's the funniest president maybe that we've ever had.
Nick, I have been loving everything you have been doing since you got back. The super tips are hilarious.
Just the tip. Just the tip.
Thank you. And if someone's pregnant on your flight and you're as strong as Pete is, we'll pick up the bag and help her put it in the overhead bin. Let's be nice to each other, is what we've asked. Maybe not wear pajamas.
When was the last time you got on a plane and there was an overhead bin left? Unless you're the first person on. Who's heard of an overhead bin on a plane being open lately? Every time I go, they've overbooked and they ask people to take travel vouchers because somehow they booked more seats than they have. And somehow, like, they're like, yeah, by the way, we're looking at some of these people, the overhead bins are going to be stuffed because all their children are up there. It's crazy.
Pajamas or slippers on the airplane, and I think it's been received fairly well, and I think we can all.
Holy shit! Look at that. He's watching. Sean Duffy, are you watching Milo's timeline too? Are you a fellow gay?
Have a better travel experience when we do that. And just the last point I'll make is.
Wait a minute. Don't wear pajama pants or slip-on shoes. You make us take our shoes off when we go through security at your phony security theater TSA checkpoints, ass bag. We wear slip-on shoes because it's easier to take them off when someone's like, you might have a bomb in there. Come the fuck on. And pajama pants. What's the problem with pajama? How does pajama pants not make someone's travel experience better? Like someone else's who's not wearing them? I don't wear pajama pants on a plane, but who cares if someone does? What is this?
There was a big football game where the Merchant Marine Academy that falls under DOT actually beat the Coast Guard with Christy Noem. We beat him by 1 point.
They're tacky. Yeah, Ruth, I know. I agree. I don't wear them. I dress like I dress when I get on a plane. I don't tend to do travel clothes. I did briefly, but like I don't know, I just like dressing how I dress. And so it's not a me thing, but I don't care how other people dress. Like, I don't care if someone else is tacky wearing pajama pants. I'm not getting this. I'm not getting it. Maybe it's coded language for something. If you said tracksuits, I'd know, because we don't want those filthy Eastern Europeans on there.
And so we're very proud of that. So well done, Kings Pointers.
So a little bit in a nutshell, we're rebuilding the air traffic control under boot edge.
Boot edge.
Who's another grossly incompetent? You'd get on his bicycle right to work. And he was just terrible. What they do is they take the fiber optics and they take fiber trying to hook it into copper. And fiber and copper don't mix. You
Fiber
can't
and
do
copper.
it. But people knew that
Copper
for the
just
last,
poops. It just poops. When
30
you give
years
it too much fiber.
Since they started doing the fiber. And they spent billions of dollars and it didn't work. And you saw that by the helicopter crash. You saw that by Into the Plane. You saw that by a lot of things. So we're doing a brand new air traffic control system.
A helicopter
and
crashing
it's gonna
into
be
a
the
plane
best,
is
and
just
it's gonna
like
be from
fiber
top to
and
bottom,
copper.
and we have
They don't mix.
the 3 top companies in the world bidding on it. And it's going to be one bid, and we're going to have one company responsible, and it'll be the best system. And it's going to make this. Look, our skies are safe. Otherwise, we wouldn't let people fly. But we're going to have the safest skies. We're going to have the best system anywhere in the world. We're also going to rebuild Dulles Airport because it's not a good airport. It should be a great airport, and it's not a good airport at all. It's a terrible airport. It was incorrectly designed with a good building. Actually, it's got a beautiful terminal. Saarinen was the architect, one of the greatest architects in
We
the
got to
world
fix it, though,
at the
after
time.
Bruce Willis
Great
tore it up.
architect. And so they have a great building and a bad airport. But we're going to turn that around, and we're going to make Dulles Airport, serving Washington and Virginia, Maryland, etc. We're going to make that into something really spectacular. We have an amazing plan for it, and other things. But yeah, you're doing a really good job. I appreciate it.
The people movers of Dulles, we had a crash recently. So we're going to announce that later today, a request for bids on this. But again, it's a not a great airport, which we can make great in this administration.
We have a design that's amazing for Dulles. It's going to take Dulles and make it a really bad. It was a badly designed airport. We're going to make it into as good as there is in the country. It'll be exciting. Okay, please.
What was that?
Well, Mr. President, it's good to be here at this meeting because in 1 year you can look around the table and see the change. And I think one of the biggest changes is how this cabinet works together. And I want to start there. This has often been said, I found out some things this year that I didn't know that the Department of what was Defense, now Department of War, and the Veterans Department had never really communicated. Now, we're fraternal twins, in a way. Pete and I are. He looks better, I'm better looking. But in the looking at this,
Doug
I mean,
Collins,
he brings them
Veteran
in.
Affairs.
He keeps them for
Why are
a
veterans
number of
having so
years,
many
up to 20
affairs?
or longer, and then they come into what the country is committed to our veterans. And if you don't have both ends working correctly, then recruitment lags, morale lags, and we've been able to work and fix a great deal of that. I didn't need to change our name, but I did do one thing. I put the veteran back first at the VA. And we did that in 1 year. How did we do that? We started taking things that have been neglected for a long time and put them back. We had a backlog in which we've dropped over 160,000. We're not talking year-to-year change at the VA. We're talking 5-6 years. We have to go back 5 to 6 year prior COVID numbers to see the change of backlogs that are now reduced. We do it in 6 months instead of the long time it took. In fact, it grew under the Biden administration. It shrank over 160,000 under us. Champ VA, which is a program we have, is basically been back to day to day. It was at a terrible state, which delays in claims and everything's going on. We got that back. We're doing things like taking a new look. I have one question that I ask when I go to my hospitals, but by the way, over 170 hospitals, 1,200 clinics, and I ask the people one thing, Mr. President. I said, what are you doing right now that if you were just honest and I wasn't standing here, you say, this is stupid. It's been amazing what we've gotten and the feedback that we've had. We've been able to change how we do credentialing, how we do privileging, how we do hiring. We're all working through that. And it has all made a difference for our veterans as we go forward. C&P exams for veterans out there listening. If this is the one where disability claims, well, they say, well, let me send you to a doctor to make sure. Most of the time, we have that already in the record. We're working now to where those could actually be changed, where we just look at the record and not have to send them to the doctor. That's almost a $3 billion savings that we can let, and also not taking what the veterans get. We're also getting ready to announce here pretty soon a reorganization that's going to bring our hospital system organizationally in line with the 21st century. We are the largest healthcare organization. It's about time we acted like it, Mr. President. You gave that leadership, and we're going to do it. And also one thing, community care contracts getting ready to go out. It's one of the largest contracts in the federal government, but it does exactly what you and I have talked about before, making sure that our veterans can get care in the system or in the community, wherever they want it. We're getting ready for that. Now, I have one thing for all
we're
the
not
press.
going to the Andrew Wilson debate.
Really enjoyed the first
I'll
year,
review that later,
saying,
maybe tonight.
Oh, you know, they're going to cut all these jobs, 80,000 this, 80,000 at the VA. Mr. President, every success that I just gave you came after the fact, or pretty much after the fact, that we had 30,000 take early retirement. Early retirement, no risk, although you reported it as loss and risk, you can't help yourself. 30,000 took for retirement.
The disdain for the media sitting across from them is so palpable. It's great. You can't help yourself. You can't do it. You reported it as loss and risk. There was no risk, no loss, but we had voluntary retirement, 30,000 of them.
The success that I just told you about came with a reduced workforce. It was a motivated workforce that said, how can we take care of veterans? That's what this cabinet does. That's what we're doing for you, Mr. President.
And you've got the highest approval rating we've ever had at the VA, so that tells you something. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Jameson, please.
There's been some activity on trade this year. You know, for about 75 years, we had a system, global trading system, that was premised on the United States having totally open borders, right?
I don't like this guy's voice at all. He's got that little fade out to everything he says. Totally open borders. All right. I don't like that. I don't like it at all. Stop it. Talk with some conviction, damn it.
Not just on immigration, but on goods and services, and everyone else generally kept higher tariffs, higher non-tariff barriers, etc. Obviously, the outcome was we had a huge trade deficit. You took it head on. You gave all of us who work on the file a lot of leverage. So we spent the past 10 months or whatever we've been doing now, just going around the world and flipping the script. So
tap your foot in an airport
situation where
bathroom.
We protected our industries. We have the tariffs, and the other countries have decided to take their tariffs down and non-tariff barriers. And we've done it in a very constructive way. We've achieved agreements on reciprocal trade, which are a new kind of trade agreement that's really focused on making sure we have balanced trade, we have reciprocal trade, that we're treating each other fairly. And it's been embraced by the international community. And it's going to be exciting to see what it's like 5 years, 10 years from now, because you've changed it. And that's how it's going to be now. And I think you should be commended for it, and we look forward to seeing what comes in the next few years.
Thank you very much. You're doing great. He's doing a great job. Thank you very much. Please.
Very good.
Mr. President, last time I was here, I said that the amount of dereg that we had for regulatory was 30 to 1. Since then, it's up to 48 to 1. Your goal had been 10 to 1, which was in excess of 6 to 1 in the first term. It's actually much higher than that, but I made my team redo the threshold a little bit because it sounded so unbelievable. But the amount of work that's being done with this entire team is astronomical. And another detail in that is that when we propose a rule, some of the biggest ones that you care the most about don't go into that count until they are finalized. So next year we should be even more eye-popping. One of those to talk about is the federal acquisitions regulations, which you gave us a charge 6 months ago to dramatically reduce. In 6 months, we've lowered it by 25%, 500 pages, 2,700 mandates, which is a third of the mandates. That's going to lead to savings, competition, and speed. So probably $40 billion for the agencies in savings over the course of 10 years.
We're implementing a new policy where at the end of every cabinet meeting, we do jail one of you journalists. It'll be a nice sell. Very good. Very, how do we say, accommodating, but quaint. And in exchange, I will execute publicly one of the cabinet members by firing squad. Russell goes first.
When we get up and running, it'll be north of between 200 and 400 billion dollars. Competition, about 45% of government bids only have one bidder. So you got no competition in that situation. That will now change, and then we're just getting faster, months, and hopefully we turn it into years, which means you all around this table can buy things that you need quickly, and that you have better vendors to come, many of them small businesses who want to participate in the federal procurement process. So making all sorts of
this guy
improvements on
immediately,
that front
for
is
whatever
very
reason, I just
exciting.
didn't care what he had to say.
And great on the regulations. We're cutting them at levels never seen before. And I have the record from the first 4 years, but we're blowing that record away, so it's been really great. Good. Scott?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Great to be with everyone. And, you know, when you were giving your report, which was fantastic, and I listened to the report of all my colleagues here and those that will come, it reminds me when I played in the NFL, we had this thing called game film. You know all about film. And we had a saying that said, the film don't lie. The film tells a real story. And I hope that the American people, when they watch the film that's going on now,
I did play football. When I played football, we had game
they
film.
will see that America is
Have you ever heard of the
greater
film?
today than it ever has been. And so I thank you for that. And thank you for giving us good stories that we can tell for the American people.
Scott, we're saving our country.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And I don't want to be braggadocious. We're saving our country. Our country was going down and would never have been able to come back. We're
I
saving
don't want to be
all of us,
braggadocious, but we're doing
saving
better than
our
anybody
country.
ever has.
Go ahead.
Frankly, no one's
So,
even seen
at
it
Housing and
before.
Urban Development, and keep it with your executive order, sir, in making America's streets safe and beautiful. Again, we've been very intentional about making public housing in our country safe. And I want people to know, our colleagues know this, but people in America know that we actually care about people that live in public housing around our country. A lot of public housing is wrought with crime, sex trafficking, drug trafficking, illicit drugs, illegal aliens
Sounds
living
fun.
in public housing, but we put them on notice to let you know that it's not lost on us. We care about the people, we're paying attention to it, and we're going to root out crime.
Oh, we got a raid from Cecil Says. What's up, Cecil? How you doing, man? Welcome. Welcome to the Cecil Says viewers. Glad to have you here. I love it. He's like, look into public housing. Things are pretty bad. And we put him on notice that things can't be bad anymore. Can't be bad anymore. You got to stop being bad. Okay. All right.
In public housing, we've been very focused on working with the Memphis
Bento Gel says, so this
Safe
is just a
Task
Trump
Force, the
propaganda
DC
fest.
Safe
It's Trump
and
cabinet
beautiful
meeting.
task
I mean,
force,
I don't
working
know what
with
you're
Pam
expecting
and-
other than
and
that.
Christy and others and law
He's going to do come out and say, we're doing a terrible job. Really
Every
awful.
single night they go out and they go to public housing to make sure that our people are safe, mothers and children are safe. And so at HUD, you know, it's a different day. We're running new plays. The film was real bad when I came in, I'm going to be honest. But we are giving the people that live in public housing the assurance that they will be safe. We also announced a new crime hotline, sir, that people that live in public housing, if they see criminal activity, if they see illegals living there, if they see drug trafficking, if you see it, if you hear it, report it. Don't be afraid. And so work with our Office of the Inspector General. We
Don't be
set
a
up this
snitch
crime
or a
hotline,
narc. What are you
and
talking about?
also
This
working
man
with
is
Christy
encouraging the
and
wrong
Department
behavior.
of Homeland Security, making sure that everyone that lives inside of public housing is accounted for and that they are American people. And so I say that and I emphasize that to know that we prioritize American people and American people only. Lastly, sir, in Atlantic City, we took over the Atlantic City public housing because the living conditions were deplorable. And they have people that have been living there for 3 generations and they were being treated very bad. And so I took it so that we can now give people a safe place to stay. And working with the First Lady in the
Very
Foster
government
Youth
sounding.
Initiative has been a great joy for me and our team. So thank you for doing that executive order to make sure that our foster youth have a safe landing pad and have financial
I take it back when I said that I like black people because they're funny. I don't anymore. This guy ruined
You
it.
talked about affordability. HUD has supported over 1 million Americans.
I haven't heard
in
one joke or
homeownership
rap
and
reference. I'm
affordability,
very
and
angry
over
about this.
560,000 are first-time home buyers. So I hope that the press will write about that good news, that 1 million people are able to own a home and to refinance their homes. And so we are moving our building from D.C. to Alexandria, Virginia. So thank you for your support. We're going to save the American people about $500 million. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott, very much. Brooke?
Well, coming off of Thanksgiving, moving towards Christmas, I think it's the season of Thanksgiving, and 2 words for me are gratitude and joy. Gratitude to you for, as Howard said, bringing this team together. I say a lot, but I'll say it again, that this is like family.
Her skin really
at
is
this
just
point,
stretched
and I don't know
over
that
her
There's ever been an
face
organization
there,
like this, at least a government like this in the history of our country. These jobs are hard, but the joy every day in getting to fight for America and save the country.
It's like one of those vacuum
is
fetishes where they
the
put someone
privilege of
under
all of our
latex and then they
lifetimes,
suck
I
all the air
believe. So
out and
thank
like
you for that.
around.
At U.S. Department of Agriculture, the People's Department, Abraham Lincoln launched this department in 1862. But under your leadership, we have finally, again, put farmers and ranchers and rural America first. In the last year, it's no longer DEI, climate change, sending out money based on the color of a farmer's skin. It's now about literally putting farmers back at the center of it. And under the last administration, we talked a lot about affordability. We'll continue to talk about that.
What
But under
fetishes
the
do I
Biden
have? We don't have
administration and
time.
The destruction of our economy and the cost of
We don't have
inflation.
time for this.
Interest rates for farmers and ranchers went up 73%. Labor went up 47%. Fertilizer went up 36%. Fuel went up 28%. So when you think about the extreme economic strain that a lot of our farmers are under in our farm economy, these are massive, massive numbers that will take some time to get out from under. But we've already seen the beginnings of the movement toward more affordable.
This format is weird, right? Like, so this is a cabinet meeting. It's a meeting of the cabinet that's watched by the press. But then, like, it's just them going around saying what they did. Like, what is the meeting? It's like as useless as a regular meeting. This is just an ad. It's a multi-hour ad for, for the government's effectiveness.
Food, housing, fuel, etc., and that will only continue to trend as we work to solve those issues. My partners in trade, of course, they do the work, but I'm constantly talking to them about selling more soybeans, selling more corn, getting more of our products out. But when we
Sell
really
more
think about
stuff.
how to
Gosh, she's
solve
just a sales
for this
manager?
idea that for so long our farmers, many of them have been farming for government checks.
Person who doesn't know how to
instead of
sell
moving their
stuff,
product
sitting there
around
being
the
like, you should
world.
sell more.
These
Oh,
trade
okay.
deals change that forever.
I wasn't trying before.
And it isn't one trade deal or two trade deals, it's dozens of trade deals. And so talking about rural prosperity and bringing the golden age back to rural America, which has been lost for too long. And we're going to focus on that next year.
Renee, it was
Hopefully
only
with our
about
Vice President,
airplanes
many
when
of
the
our
Treasury
cabinet
or when the
members, but
Transportation
opportunity to do
Secretary
that
was
under
talking.
these new trade deals is
This is each
unprecedented.
cabinet member.
And so just putting farmers first, our ranchers first, Mr. President, is such a huge priority and an accomplishment of the last year. The second quick thing is lawfare, and I know you know this better than anyone in the country. When a government politicizes and weaponizes their power to go after average, everyday Americans, well, from you, the top of the heap as president, but all the way down to the ranchers in South Dakota, the Maud family, who were facing jail time over a fence line dispute that had been in their family for 130 years. We fixed that. A family, the Henry family in New Jersey, who were facing their farm being taken away for eminent domain to give to affordable housing, we fixed that. So being able to completely change the trajectory.
Yeah, eminent domain is really, really one of the most egregiously horrible powers of government that's recognized as the power of government. That's what makes it worse, is like eminent domain is justifiable. And the expansion of eminent domain under, I think it was New London, might have been New London, but where they determined they could take your house and give it to a mall developer because that would provide an economic boost to the community. Like that was one of the worst, most egregious overreaches of judicial authority that I've ever seen. I'm glad that if they're rolling back eminent domain, that's good, because it's entirely in the hands of the government to not enact their eminent domain powers. Like, they don't have to use them.
Of private property rights, but especially as it has to do with our farmers and ranchers and our rural communities, changes everything for our country. And then the third thing, we have so much great things to talk about at USDA, but the third thing, which became very much a part of the national conversation during the Democrat shutdown, was SNAP reform, food stamp reform. When all of America saw what so many of us know and have been working on, But when you have so much rampant fraud in a program that 42 million Americans participate in, now a big good piece of news that I hope is written about, since you became president, about 800,000 of those 42 million have moved off of food stamps, which is hopefully the plan with better jobs, higher wages, etc. But still, when we found 186,000 dead people's Social Security numbers being used, 500,000 people receiving benefits more than twice. We had a couple of people receiving benefits in 6 states. In February of this year, we asked for all the states for the first time to turn over their data to the federal government to let the USDA partner with them to root out this fraud, to make sure that those who really need food stamps are getting them, but also to ensure that the American taxpayer is protected. 21 states said yes, not surprised. 29 states said yes, not surprisingly, the red states, and that's where all of that data, that fraud comes from. But 21 states, including California, New York, and Minnesota, the blue states, continue to say no. So as of next week, we have begun
My
and
state
will
is so
begin
cool.
to stop moving federal funds into those states until they comply and they tell us and allow us to partner with them to root out this fraud and to protect the American taxpayer. As Joe Biden was working to buy an election a year ago, he increased food stamp program funding by 40%. So now as we continue to roll that back. So the partnership in Making America Healthy Again is also in food stamps, but a lot of what Bobby and I are doing together is really remarkable. But again, just gratitude and joy for this work, and so grateful to you. The final thing I'll say, a lot of gratitude to Secretary Marco
You can
Rubio
tell what's
for
effective
wearing
with Trump
his Aggie
because
maroon
all of these people are like,
tie
you're really
as a
good.
reflection
You're
of
like
Texas
so
A&M
good. Thank you
beating
for
Florida
doing that.
handily about a month ago. So Marco, I want to thank you and much gratitude.
Part of
for
working
joy
with
in
someone
my
is you got to know how to handle it.
But thank you,
We
sir.
also have to say something about China with one of the largest purchases ever in our country, the soybeans.
Yes, sir.
And so I want to thank President Xi. We had a great meeting. We were in South Korea, and I went to a lot of other places
Now,
too. but we met in
Kikkoman
South
and
Korea,
LaChoy will no longer
President
go out
Xi
of
was
business
great.
because we have soybeans.
And China gave us among the largest orders in the history of your world, agriculture.
That's right.
So-
And sir, may I say, this is the remarkable result of real leadership and your real leadership. Just a couple of days ago, China announced that they were going to halt all purchases from Brazil because they had found some irregularities in some of the soybeans they're buying from Brazil. And what that means is a continued signal that this country and our farmers produce the best, highest quality soybeans, sorghum, et cetera, in the world. And what you've been able to do is open those markets up and again, move toward an era where our farmers are not so reliant on government checks, but they have the markets to sell their product. Having said that, we do have a bridge payment we'll be announcing with you next week as we're still trying to recover from the Biden
To help
years.
That's right. To help the farmers. We're going
That's
to help
right.
the farmers. They did not help the farmers.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
They did nothing to the
Mr.
farmers,
President,
nothing
it's
to
been a
help
great
them.
year on the
nothing at all.
economy, but the best is yet to come. The tens of trillions of dollars that
Usually
have
is.
come in investment, both the portfolio investment by companies, investment by countries, that is turning into a CapEx boom for the U.S. Capital expenditures up 15% in history. When CapEx is up, jobs will follow. The one big beautiful bill is incredible, as you said, thanks to your leadership, along with Speaker Johnson, Senator Leader Thune, we had that done on July 4th, which everyone said was impossible. And the great thing about that bill served for the American people.
Oh my God, this is
it's
boring.
For industry, 100% expensing, build your factory here. You can write it off immediately, but you also insisted
Who knew that
on
political
the
meetings were
core
fucking
benefits
boring
for
and dull?
working people.
I had no
no
idea.
tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, auto deductibility for American cars, and that is retroactive. So as a result, in 2026, we are going to see very substantial tax refunds in the first quarter. So the best way to address the affordability crisis is to give Americans more money in their pockets, which is what this bill has done. We're going to see real wage increases. I think next year is going to be a fantastic year. Taxes, deregulation, energy certainty. That's why everyone with your leadership
We want to be
is
certain
coming
about
to
energy.
America.
We don't want it
Bond market
uncertain
had
in
its
no
best year
uncertain
since
terms.
2020. everyone said couldn't be done. So we're going to have growth. We've had 2 4% quarters before the Schumer shutdown. We're going to go back to that. So not only are we going to have great growth, but it's going to be low inflationary growth. And stock market obviously is following, but next year is going to be the year for Main Street as all this kicks in. And you came in, immigration, I called it the 3 I's, immigration, interest rates, and inflation, that were killing the American people. Close the border, the promise kept. Interest rates are down, and 10-year bond, again, best year since 2020, and inflation led by energy prices is going to roll next year. I think it's going to be a fantastic year.
Inflation's led by energy
that we
prices?
can look
Really?
back
I thought it
to
was
very
led by
proud of this year,
bread prices.
But I think
Good
2026
Lord.
is going to be great for the American people. Thanks to you.
It's going to be great. Thank you very much. Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to serve with this great team that you've assembled, and I just want to pick up on something
Lady
you
Raggers
said,
is trying to
Mr.
make
President,
me
because you hit
as
the nail
fat
on the
as
head.
Andrew
That it is
Wilson.
absurd
Brought me a burrito
that
bowl.
Democrats talk about an affordability crisis that they created and the people around this table work every single day to address. You'll hear a lot of statistics today. You hear a lot of statistics in our political conversation. I think the most important statistic for the American people is that under the Biden administration, the average American family lost over $3,000 of household income. And
It's a good thing Ted Cruz isn't at the cabinet meeting. He didn't show up when he found out it wasn't a kitchen cabinet.
under the first 10
This is like a manicured sideburn beard combo. This is nice. I don't know if I would have gone back. I mean, I'm all shaggy looking right now, so I mean, he's doing okay. But like they clearly cut into here so he can hear. You don't want his hair obstructing his ear. That blocks all hearing. So they really hollowed this out, but it went back to his jawline. It's like, nope, we got to go back to the beginning. I don't think mine goes straight down because I'm lazy.
months of this Trump administration, they have gained over $1,000 of household income. What that says very clearly is that we are fixing the problem that Joe Biden and the Democrats created in the last administration. If you look at every affordability crisis that's confronting the American people today, it is traceable directly to a problem caused by Joe Biden and congressional Democrats. Why did homes get so unaffordable? Because we had 20 million illegal aliens in this country taking homes that ought by right to go to American citizens. Why did tax bills get so unaffordable? Because Democrats were raising taxes while congressional Republicans under the president's leadership, we're now cutting taxes. Why did food...
Wait a minute. He just said the thing that made me the most mad so far. These illegal immigrants can afford a house in today's market? How? Housing prices are through the moon and back. I mean, there's like 20 million illegals taking all the homes. Where did they get them? How are they paying these mortgages? Good Lord.
So expensive because we printed trillions of dollars and threw it into green scams that made our agricultural economy suffer.
They're given houses? Well, how do I become an illegal immigrant? I want one.
While Americans were paying higher prices for food. On every single one of those issues, Mr. President, I think we've made incredible progress. But it would be preposterous to fix every problem caused over the last 4 years in just 10 months. I think that we've done incredibly good. But what I see over the next year, and you heard Brooke talk about joy and gratitude. What I really think this season represents for me, and I think for the entire
Joy and gratitude
administration,
are two
is that we have
strippers
now
at the White
done
House pole
incredible
dancing
work to fix what
competition.
Joe Biden broke. And I think that next year, in American growth and American prosperity, could be the best year that we've had in the United States of America. It's going to happen because we're all working hard. It's going to happen because we have the greatest country in the world. But I think for congressional Democrats in particular, if they want to talk about affordability, they ought to look in the mirror. We are fixing what they're broken. We're proud to do it. It's the job that we were elected to do. But I think 2026 is going to be the year where this economy really takes off.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Great. Pam?
Really good job, son. Thank you for talking about Sarah. Heartbreaks for her family. And Andy is doing well. His parents, Melody and Jason, wanted me to tell you, and I was with them yesterday in the hospital.
Can we get a pulse check on you guys? Do you guys like Pam Bondi? I mean, she kind of pisses me off. I don't know about you guys. MTNTK, it's not the internet on the lag. You're talking about the video lag. It has something to do with the memory leak, and I think with StreamYard, it's kind of a pain in the ass. Pete Griswold says, "Bah, she's hot." Boosh said, "Would." This has nothing to do with governance. Boosh. Trump 1 says, "I just want to see your boobs." That's how we do attorney generals right here. Attorneys are boobs, and generals should have the best ones.
He's a miracle. I was there when the surgeons came in, and they
Mulgara
wanted
says,
you
"I
to know
despise
this.
Pam
He's a
Bondi, that
miracle,
blonde
and
bitch."
If everyone in this country can
Jeez.
continue to pray for that
Discriminatory.
family, he's got a long road ahead of him, but he is a miracle.
Palmyra Media is gifted 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Very, very, very happy about that. And then Palmyra Media says, "Wake me when Harris admits to her Adam's apple," with his 17-month member chat. Thank you, Palmyra Media. If you guys got a gifted membership, make sure you do 2 things. 1, give a thank you to whoever gives you one, in this case, Palmyra. But also check out the members-only content. You'll have some fun with it. It's a good time.
And of course, our DC initiative is led by our amazing, and the monster will be held accountable who did this.
The monster?
Our marshals, of course, are leading the DC Safe effort. We have made over 7,000 arrests at your direction. DC is safe again. Working with everyone around this table, Pete and everyone. Scott and I were in Memphis together last week. And everyone, and Bobby, your HHS, doctors and medics are on the ground to help people in Memphis and DC. In Memphis, we've made over 3,500 arrests so far. And Homeland Security, Christy, you've been instrumental in this. But it's everyone working together as a team. We even have Treasury agents out there.
Holly Movie Star says, "Sure wouldn't mind an oral deposition by Pam Bondi."
Of course, law enforcement first. FBI,
Very inappropriate.
Cash
How dare you? Have respect for the
100%
office.
increase in the arrest of violent criminals, thanks to your leadership. DEA, led by Terry Cole, over 45 million fentanyl pills, 4,200 kilos fentanyl
Who took that much fentanyl? That's a lot.
powder. That is the equivalent of 347 million potential lethal doses. That's unbelievable that you've taken off the streets.
Not for
of our
Ginsburg.
country.
She would have
And
survived
the
all of
weight
it.
of all the drugs combined taken off by DEA is the weight of 17 full semi-trucks of the drugs just since you've been in office. The drugs that had flowed into this country under the previous administration. ATF, led by Rob Sakata, has seized more than 31,000 illegal guns. 31,000. Unbelievable at your
Those
leadership.
guns crossed the border.
19,000 of
The border
those
didn't cross
were
them.
from trafficking cases. We've been sued on
Where
the
were the
legal
other ones
front
from?
now. We have been sued 575 times. 575 times. More than every administration going back to Reagan combined. Most recently, yesterday, I was sued by an immigration judge who we fired. One of the reasons, she said she was a woman. Last I checked, I was a woman as well. 24 Supreme Court.
Do we get to give a second opinion on that? I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. Well, who's checked since then? Maybe you're wrong. Women often are. Mulgara 95 says, "I absolutely detest Bondi for the Epstein debacle." Also, shout out to Thomas Massey for giving me a pass to be in the House gallery to watch the Epstein vote happen in person. That was cool. Very cool.
Wins President Trump, 92% success rate. We told you it would take a while to get to the Supreme Court. We're doing it at record speed, led by John Sauer, of course, Sarah and Hosh, all working together. Immigration, we're winning. Nationwide injunctions, ending DEI funding, working to secure that our federal workforce is aligned with your America First agenda. representing pretty much everyone in this room. We met with your general counsel yesterday, Doug. Met with, working with everyone.
Doug.
It's nonstop. ICE, of course, we're winning there with Christie. We're Brooke, SNAP benefits, won there. Marco, USAID. Pete, National Guard, of course, going nonstop. Our U.S. attorneys are fighting violent crime.
Palmyra Media gifting another 5 memberships. Thank you so much for that. Again, make sure if you get a gifted membership, you check out some of our members-only content. It's a lot of fun. We'll have another live one soon, but there's a back catalog of members-only content available just for you.
Working around the clock to make America safe again,
I'll be
which
right
was
back.
your directive. Our Civil Rights Division suing Gavin Newsom 3 times now, Prop 50, keeping boys out of girls' sports and in-state tuition for illegal aliens. We've sued over election integrity. We are litigating major universities with Linda. Thank you, our Civil Rights Division, for everything that you've done to end DEI in our schools. Our Civil Division fighting sanctuary cities every single day. And of course, our Antitrust Division with Google, major settlement. Our attorneys are working on terrorism, TDA, MS-13, Antifa, President Trump. We've charged more than 500 defendants with assault on federal officers thanks to your directive. And also, we have dropped countless cases against Americans that were prosecuted under the Biden administration, including J6, COVID, FACE Act, and more. And as everyone knows, we cannot talk about pending grand jury investigations, but no one is above the law, and that includes what happened in Arctic frost. I hope everyone has a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy Holidays. Thank you for fighting for our country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, Laura.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for allowing me to be at this table. When I came on board, I knew really none of you in this last year, and it's been a year, Mr. President, since I've had the pleasure to serve this country on the workforce. Everybody said the Department of Labor would be quiet, fly under the radar. You won't have to do too much. Absolutely not, because you made the American people realize the American dream is real for the American workforce.
The American dream is
under
real?
your leadership, Mr. President, that over 2 million jobs that has been created since you started have been native-born workers. And that is the difference between this presidency, this administration, as opposed to the Biden administration, where mostly foreign-born or federal government jobs. And I think through the private sector, over 2 million jobs of native-born. And so the Labor Department has wasted no time in putting that into action with our Make America Skilled Again, either grant dollars.
Put her Labor Secretary because she's been through it before.
Program, 1 million active apprentices
I don't even know if that's
across
true.
this
Does she have
country.
kids?
We have done over 250,000 new apprentices.
I've heard labor is
so
very
far in
difficult,
the
but
first
I was
year,
able
and
to do it just
registered
fine.
over 2,000 new apprenticeship programs. Why do we need the apprenticeship programs with the men and women in the trades? Because of the leadership of onshoring and reshoring, and have a lot of these companies reinvest in America. We have to build this country. We cannot do that without the tradesmen and women and the craftsmen of this country. And I think that, you know, Howard and I, we talked about that from the beginning, and we're going to have to lean in on that because we need the labor force, 700,000 new skilled jobs with electricians.
Okay, holy cats. I think she's been one of the Ozempic receivers. She looks thinner than I just pulled up her picture, and something's happening with her now. Like she looks better here than in her pictures. I'm not sure if it's weight loss or if it's just better makeup. Some of these pictures, she looks like like a potato that just woke up. So
workers, machinists, and so forth. And as I traveled with the vice president as well, we see that on the manufacturing floors of this country, they're in desperate need. The Department of Labor are going to get the workforce skilled again. Working with Secretary McMahon as we move a lot of the education out to our respective states, we are now working together, and we have deployed $86 million in investments, and a lot of that is in AI infrastructure jobs to have our new workforce proficient and literate in AI if we're going to continue to lead the AI race, and we're working on that.
Divinity has rated the
creating,
stream.
and we'll soon
That's
launch
a surprise.
the AI infrastructure
Welcome to Divinity,
and
viewers.
workforce hub,
You're welcome
which
here.
we will be able to track that metrics to see
Maybe it's a
exactly
different
if
Divinity,
these
I don't know.
dollars are going correctly. Integrating education and workforce.
Might be a different
with,
Divinity than I'm thinking.
Obviously, Administrator Leffler and I are on the road a lot together because we're talking about Main Street as well as a lot of the manufacturing jobs and how we're being an ally to our businesses as opposed to an adversary. For far too long under the Biden administration, we were adversaries to our business owners, and we want
it's
to
the
give
same
them
one.
a leg up
Well, hey, how's it
always
going?
and make sure that we're paying attention. And we want our workforce to be educated. We do not need the numbers that we have seen across this country where our 4th through 8th graders cannot read, write, or do any math, and they are our future workforce. We have to depend on the American worker first.
Half the people like
Also,
me
lowering
can't
healthcare
read or
costs
write.
in line with the
What are we
executive
talking
order. I'm
about?
working with
4th
Treasury
and 8th
and
graders.
HHS, and rulemaking is underway to expand healthcare transparency and make pricing more affordable for our employers who offer these to their employees. Promoting retirement security, the department rescinded the Biden administration's guidance that restricted the use of crypto in the retirement investments, and we're seeing more and more of that, where we also rescinded the supplemental statement that discouraged the fiduciaries from considering the alternative assets for 401ks, and that will also come through the Department of Labor, that rulemaking. Ending abuse of cheap foreign labor at the expense of the American worker. We launched over 200 investigations into companies who will have abused and or fraudulently against the American worker. So Project Firewall was released. Thank you, Mr. President. We want the trained workforce, but we will root out the fraud and abuse, and we'll protect the American worker first. And slashing the job-killing regulations. The department has rescinded discriminatory DEI practices. And I will tell you, reducing compliance costs for businesses, as it was for DEI, has saved American businesses nearly $1 billion this year by just getting rid of DEI for that compliance cost that they've had to do. So, Mr. President, continuing to skill the American worker, the American workforce is going to be my mission. We have to do it faster. We have to do it quicker. We have to build so that the American people can realize that American dream that you have laid out so eloquently. And it's an honor to serve under this administration and to talk to the American workers who believe in the American dream again, the pride on their face, the pride of the American worker, the skilled men and women who build with their hands. It's an honor. So thank you, and Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Sorry,
Mr.
that was,
President, I am
that's a deep
honored
reference.
and frankly inspired to sit at this table with this incredible team of
Oh,
leaders that
stop.
work every day for one
I didn't
and
know he
only
could fit
one
so many dicks in his
constituency,
mouth.
the
Good
American
Lord.
people. Not this group or that group, the American people.
The people.
The price of energy that's very much on the
Who's your
mind
favorite
of
people?
Americans.
The people.
The biggest determinant of the price of energy is politicians, political leaders, and policies. That's what drives energy prices. Under your leadership, what we've seen in the United States is just a steady drop in the price of gasoline. A huge consumer cost
There's so
for
much
Americans.
glaze I want a
As you
donut,
mentioned
man.
early
Good
on,
Lord.
well below $3 a gallon right now and trending downwards. There are a number of stations in the heartland of America with $1.99 signs flying today. That's simply impossible without the leadership and changes you've brought. Now, of course, you can go to California, where the average price of gasoline
Stop
is
projecting
between
at me
$4.50
like
and
this.
$5 a gallon today in California. That's just bad political leaders there and bad policies in California.
And taxes.
And taxes. Very bad taxes. And people and Gavin.
Insane. Terrible.
And electricity
Really bad.
prices is a very
Insane.
parallel story,
Crazy.
but it's a
Terrible.
bigger
Bad.
moving ship, so the changes are a little bit slower. But Americans are outraged at, a roughly 30% rise in the average price of
We would like a
electricity across this
softly
country.
rise instead of a
But
roughly one.
everything we are doing together is going to reverse that. Not just stop the rises, but start a downward trajectory in electricity prices. And I can say that with confidence, not because we think these policies will work. We know these policies will work, and I'll get to that in a second. We're going to stop closing power plants. We've already done that, of course. Stop closing the coal power plants and natural gas plants that were shut down. We've got over 30 gigawatts of generators just sitting there today, not allowed to run. Well, of course, we're fixing that
30
immediately.
gigawatts.
We're going to bring on from our existing
1.21
grid
gigawatts.
tens of gigawatts more capacity. It'll drive down the cost of electricity. But if we look at the last 5 years to see what works and what doesn't work.
If this giga doesn't start saying gigawatts, I'm out.
Trump-aligned policies in the electricity sector were by, no surprise, one of your cabinet members, Secretary Burgum, for 8 years governor of North Dakota. Over the last 5 years, production and demand for electricity in North Dakota grew 35%. Think what data center boom's going to do. And what happened? Electricity prices went down. Didn't rise slowly. They actually went down those 5 years. That's the answer. Trump-aligned energy policies increased demand for electricity. Nebraska and Texas, more Trump-aligned states, had significant growth in demand for electricity. They had electricity price rises, but well below the price of inflation. Unfortunately, Biden brought all of us a lot of inflation. If you look at the other end of the spectrum, California, New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut,
Trump's
Maryland,
eyes are closed.
I could go
Oh, there
on.
you go. Open them for a second.
What happened in those states? Policies and politicians that force the building of unreliable electricity
I think
generation,
you just got a 30-second
which
nap
requires
in.
new infrastructure and transmission lines. And what happened?
I think you did
Today
it.
they produce less electricity than they did 5 years ago. A lot of spending money and less electricity. What does that mean? Of course, much faster rises in the price of electricity. Blue states have had 1.5 times faster rise in electricity prices than red states. Red states alone, less than inflation. We need to bring those policies. You are bringing those policies to the national level.
I am.
We
I
hope
am
the
doing
blue
that.
states will come along with us, but your policies are going to start the decline of electricity prices nationwide under your leadership by just bringing back common sense. So thank you for allowing me to be part of this team.
Common sense. We got
For
rid of the
people here
penny,
who
the
are
most
focused on
common sense.
winning,
It's now
special
gone.
thanks to
We're
Howard
not
and
doing
Scott.
it. We're
You
not
were
bringing it
there
back.
with
We
me
just
to
got
see
rid
the
of it.
Denver Broncos win on Monday night. Now we want nationwide wins on energy for 3 more years.
And we're doing more energy production than we've ever done by far right now.
Records across the board that'll continue to be reset every year you're in office.
Thank you very much.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for giving me a very interesting job. Some days it's a little controversial too, but it's been an honor to work for you. You are a great American.
Is this Christy
The
Noem?
fights that you pick are the right
Is this
fights,
Sean
and
Hannity?
they're always on
You're a
behalf
great
of this
American.
country. So
Great
I
American.
appreciate the chance to do this job.
know
heading
Sean
up this
Hannity had
department.
long
If
hair.
you think about what Joe Biden did with the Department of Homeland Security, he used this department to invade the country with terrorists. He opened up the borders, let anybody come in that wanted to. He put them on airplanes. He let them through our airports. If they could figure out a way to get to our shores and in our country.
Holly Movie Star says they overtalked to convince Trump not to fire them. I mean, this is just corporate etiquette, right? Like, tell your boss how great you are and how great they are and how great they are for figuring out how great you are.
He just opened the door and invited them in. So it's our job to get them out. And I want to thank you for this team, because I look around the table and I think every single person here has helped me do my job over the last year. They've supported us at the border and given us resources. Marco negotiates all the travel documents and relationships with other countries to take their people home. 2 million people have gone home already. The people that were here illegally, you've removed from our country and sent home. And we're going to send more home for the holidays,
Did you
too,
send them to one of those
and
homes
make sure
you
that they
gave
get to be
them?
with their families
Mostly
in their
the bad
countries. Yes.
Mostly the bad ones.
That's right. Pam,
Focus is the bad ones.
that's right.
And there are a lot of them.
Terrible, horrible people. And Pam, make sure she's fighting for us in court so that we can get up every day and be bold. We're going to hire our 10,000th ICE officer. Will be on the job within 10 days. So we have hired 10,000. We've had hundreds of.
Hablo Pacheco says this seems to be nothing more than blowing smoke up Trump's ass. Yeah, it's a presidential cabinet meeting, which is just an ad for the administration. That's given directly by the White House, or given by the mainstream media as they want, the views and clicks. Their agreement is they're delivering an ad. You might get some questions coming from other people. I don't know if that's going to happen in this meeting, but it doesn't really matter, right? Like, it's an ad, it's political fluff, so you're able to then adjust for the bias accordingly. But what do you expect them to do? Do you expect the cabinet and the president to come out and be like, actually, it's the worst thing ever. It's really bad. Things are not good. I mean, they don't. That's not the point. So, I mean, the response to your thing is yes, of course. It's an ad. It's political puffery. But at the same time, what else would you expect it to be?
Thousands of applications. We've got within the department, TSA went through this government shutdown without any
And I don't mean to pick on you or
delays.
anything like that.
They all showed up for their
genuinely
shifts
a
and
question.
worked hard doing security, and they have been absolutely fantastic. Sir, you made it through hurricane season without a hurricane.
Yeah.
And so FEMA, you kept the hurricanes away. So we appreciate that. And FEMA is deploying resources and dollars 150% faster than ever before. So if somebody does have something bad that happens to them, you are immediately there helping them and telling them they have the resources to get back up on their feet. So we have built and deployed hundreds of miles of border already. You have cut the fentanyl flow over the southern border by over 56%. You've saved hundreds of millions of lives with the cocaine you've blown up in the Caribbean. And
so did I. I saved hundreds of millions of lives with the cocaine I blew up in the Caribbean too. Wait, Trump and I are like best friends and brothers now. I blew up tons of cocaine in the Caribbean. Good Lord.
You told me to look into Minnesota and their fraud on visas and their programs. 50% of them are fraudulent, which means
I prevented significant amounts of cocaine from entering the United States while I was in the Caribbean. Like, let's just, come on, guys. I deserve a medal or something for that, I think. I was cleaning up the streets here in the great state of Minnesota, making sure cocaine didn't make it into our small communities.
that wacko Governor Walz either is an idiot or he did it on purpose. And I think he's both, sir. He
Oh
brought
God,
people in-
I'm so mad. This is a thing. Central Minnesota, the Dakotas have this. They put an L in the word both. Both is the word. But listen, God, I just hate how they pronounce it. One of my very close friends says both. It just drives me fucking nuts.
wacko Governor Walz either is an idiot or he did it on purpose. And I think he's both, sir. He brought people in there
There's not an L.
illegally that never should have been in this country, said they were somebody that they're not. They said they were married to somebody who was their brother or somebody else. Fraudulent visa applications, signed up for government programs, took hundreds of billions of dollars from the taxpayers, and we're going to remove them and we're going to get our money back. And we're going to, this next year, make sure that we only put people in leadership positions in this country that love this country and have its back. So thank you for letting us get up every day and have a purpose. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, you're exactly right. We are saving this country. We're doing
You're
it one
so
Main
right.
Street at a time, and we're doing it at record speed and at record
Who's this?
levels. Under your leadership, small business optimism, according to the U.S. Chamber Index for small businesses, has reached an all-time high in the history of that index. So on Main Street, the economy is coming back thanks to your leadership, thanks to getting Biden inflation under control. Small businesses' number one concern right now is finding skilled labor, and that's why Secretary Chavez DeRemer and I have entered into an MOU to speed that workforce to small businesses that under this administration are now at record levels. 36 million small businesses have now taken on board, for the first time in the SBA's history, $100 billion. That's $45 billion in small business lending at 85,000 small businesses, most of that under your term, and $52 billion out to small business investment companies. So we are running this agency like the best run bank in the country. We are growing small businesses across Main Street, and we're deregulating to the tune of $100 billion, working with all my fellow cabinet members. And thank you for putting together the best cabinet in
Yeah, please deregulate more stuff.
Super nose.
My camera glitched up right at the
Super nose.
Super nose. It's not just a regular one. Please deregulate everything. Deregulate. Get out of our way. Get out of our way. You want America to succeed? Get out of the fucking way. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people who'll sit on the sidelines and bitch and soak up stuff. But there's a couple people out there who will just go make stuff happen. Get out of the way. Stop making it cost so much to make cool stuff, to make new things, to make food. Stop making it cost so damn much, and we will make the greatest things that the world has ever seen. Just get out of the way. God, I fucking hate government.
Iron sharpens iron, and thank you for bringing such a strong leadership group together. And then finally, I've walked factory floors from Alaska to Maine, and the workers.
God, this guy looks like the villain in every Steven Seagal movie right here. And this guy looks like that guy's lawyer.
The small businesses, most manufacturers in this country are small businesses, 600,000 of them. They are so grateful to your fair trade, low inflation, deregulation agenda that is creating national security and economic security in this country like never before. And so I want to also finally thank you for bringing faith back to the White House, to this administration. I want to thank Brooke for hosting the Cabinet Bible Study and invite everyone tomorrow to Bible study and making this country something that we can be so proud of under your leadership. And I am so blessed and honored to be part of this team. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's wonderful.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I am truly grateful to be a member of your team here at this table to help support you in delivering on the promises that you made to the American people. You came in with a very clear mandate of taking on the rampant weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community and
inappropriate
federal law
things come into my head sometimes. I have to just
yourself,
purge them.
the deep state abusing their power as they have against you, your family, and so many of the American people. Bring out accountability truly for those who have abused their power.
I'm just glad I don't know any of these women by their
community
scalps.
is supporting your efforts in keeping the American people safe, secure, and free, and being the president of peace. I'm grateful to be in this position as your director of national intelligence to support you in these efforts, and I'll cover very briefly what we've done over the last year under your leadership and what we look forward to continuing to focus on next year. First of all, under your leadership, again, we've taken on a historic effort for transparency, declassification, and exposing these abuses of power by these deep state actors. We've declassified over 500,000 documents, many of which had never been seen before by the American people, put them online to bring about this level of transparency. We formed a weaponization working group, again, to be able to go after a lot of these abuses of power that have never seen the light of day, to support the accountability that under Pam Bondi's leadership in the Department of Justice is coming about. Secondly, bringing about reforms to the intelligence community to make sure that we have the most effective and efficient and focused workforce that's really working on bringing about the
Seeing Tulsi's little ad that she has here, like the programmatic ad in front of her, is really wild. Like, is that your notes? Okay. And she's got a couple little note sheets over here to the left. But that's like, look at this thing. A graphic design artist made this.
priorities you have laid out in ensuring our country's security. And lastly, Mr. President, working with many of our partners here around the table is going after these domestic threats. We have threats coming from both Islamist ideology as well as Islamist terrorists, foreign terrorist organizations, and those who seek to do harm to the American people, many of whom were let in across our borders under the previous administration. We are focused on these tasks and this imperative for the American people, and just appreciate your leadership, Mr. President, in empowering us to be able to conduct this service. And Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas. Is it Merry Christmas? Say it loud and clear. Lee?
Mr. President, your team at the Trump EPA has been crushing it all year to fix the big mess that we inherited and deliver amazing results for the American people. I've had the opportunity to visit all 50 states since confirmation earlier this year, and to hear from real people, where they meet, where they live, and to bring their great ideas and their asks back to us to be able to deliver for them. At the Trump EPA, we have proven that you can both protect the environment and grow the economy. On the environmental front, since you were sworn in earlier this year, we have averaged a big environmental accomplishment every single day.
One thing that's nice about having
on the 100th day, the 200th
Trump as
day, the
president.
300th day of your presidency,
Because everything
each time we release
does
the list
have an
of our
economic
top
bottom
100
line attached.
environmental accomplishments.
The goal is economic
that
growth.
has
The goal is
included
business.
a historic LA wildfire cleanup that you ordered
The
us
morality's
to
fine, but let's
complete in
get
record
business
time,
involved.
which we did, and the Army Corps, under the leadership of our great Secretary of War, did their part as well. The federal government completely did all of the work needed to allow these residents and businesses to be able to rebuild, but poor leadership at the local and state level, unfortunately, is still resulting in these property owners unable to rebuild, and it's wrong. We also were able to reach an agreement with Mexico to be able to implement a plan to permanently end a decades-old raw sewage crisis on the southern border with Mexico. And Secretary Rubio and his team, Chris Landau, Ambassador Johnson, they've been amazing to get that done. On the deregulatory front, we have proudly launched a massive blitz that amounts to the largest deregulatory effort by any agency in the history of the United States. To put some perspective on it, in 1 year, at one agency, we will do more deregulation than entire presidencies have done across all agencies. It's incredible. You could go back across 4-year terms to 8-year terms. You've never seen this much deregulation. One agency, 1 year. In fact, when finalized, the proposed rescission of the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding amounts to the largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States of America. From fixing the agency's definition of waters of the United States, which is important for our farmers, our ranchers, and other landowners, to the effort to end electric vehicle mandates and promote consumer choice.
What happened to
eliminating regulations designed to eliminate entire sectors of our energy economy. We're thinking big and we're delivering big. We have reduced terrible derailments on diesel exhaust fluid systems. We're getting water moving faster, new pipelines and power plants built, and we're helping to unleash energy dominance.
Oh no, he's got some Kurt Flakes in the back. Kurt Flakes, it's a new cereal. Mulgara says Doug Burgum looks like Bela Lugosi. Bela Lugosi and the eyebrows of every person in Vermont combined. He probably can't see his own reflection too. Christ, he's a freaky looking fucker. Actually, Burgum looks more like Scorsese than he does Lugosi, but hey, point still stands. Dude's scary looking. Divinity says the cinnamon rolls are greater than a burrito-less bowl. I'm sure Andrew Wilson agrees with you.
Mr. President, on the operational front, we have significantly reduced the size of the agency workforce, and we are accomplishing more with less. It's all about priorities, and our focus is on fulfilling our statutory obligations, helping to fast-track project approvals that were taking way too long, and closely following the law, as well as key Supreme Court decisions like Loper-Bright to overturn the Chevron doctrine.
Thank God.
We inherited massive backlogs that we have been eliminating all year long. We've been implementing your executive order to end COVID-era remote work. We consolidated real estate, canceled expensive media subscriptions, and closed the Biden EPA museum that none of you knew even existed. I'm sure none of you actually visited.
A Biden EPA
To put it
museum?
Another way, in 2024, the Biden EPA obligated and spent over $60 billion in 1 year, an agency with an operational budget of about $10 billion a year. In their own words, caught on camera, they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic, wasting precious tax dollars to pay off well-connected Obama and Biden officials. And they were doing it without any apology or regret. The Biden EPA, in fact, was amending grant agreements just days before you came into office to reduce agency oversight. But this year, 2025, at the Trump EPA, similar theme that you'll hear from everyone around this table. With our actions canceling wasteful grants and implementing other measures just mentioned, we have saved $30 billion. They spent over $60 billion. We have saved over $30 billion. The bottom line, by the way, is that the Green New Scam is dead. It's a new day at the EPA where we will protect the
Green New
environment
Deal was
and grow
renamed the Green New
economy. We will
Scam.
deliver
That's
on
not
the
clever.
Trump mandate every day.
It's not catchy. It doesn't
And
rhyme.
we will fight with just one constituency front of mind, and that is the American people. Thank you, Mr. President, for being willing to take a bullet for this country. And if you were to ask me what I'm grateful for,
Well, I heard it coming,
whether it's
if you
a
know what I
Thanksgiving,
mean.
it's a Christmas, a Hanukkah, a New Year's, any time of year, the fact that this president, after 4 years serving in office, he could have just left it in the rearview mirror and went on to really enjoy retirement. But he is willing to take a bullet for all of you tuning in at home.
Yeah,
because
Green
he
New
believes
Steel,
this
way
flag
better.
of freedom, our liberties, and to save the greatest country in the history of the world. So I'm grateful this holiday season for you, Mr. President. You're willing to take a bullet.
And I
for all of
guarantee
us,
and
by all
promise
of
that
us,
he will
the
take
American
another bullet for us this weekend. Like, oh my God.
Mr. President, good morning, everyone.
Oh, no.
Well, in spite of the fact that your charge to me is to fire myself, we've really been incredibly hard at work.
You really
making
need to
sure
fire yourself.
that
You're
we
not any
can
good.
return education to the states. And as I sit and listen to all the emergencies that we are addressing in this country, from the economy to our borders to everything that we're doing, I would say, sir, that if we do not fix education in our country with this hard reset that you are expecting, I think the greatest national emergency we could face is our education. Because if we are not going to educate our children, we're going to continue to fall behind the rest of the world. When there are only 30%.
We've been educating our children, and we've been falling behind the rest of the world, according to all of their talking points. Whose fault is that? Why are we falling behind? Oh, I know. The government runs the schools. The government runs the schools. You can't have government running the schools if you want success.
Of 12th graders, 8th graders, and 4th graders that can read at proficiency level. That is an incredibly harsh statement to make about our country. And you told me when you first were elected president and you looked at, I think, right after you took office, the first NAEP scores, which is the Nation's Report Card, came out and showed how far down we were in educational proficiency in our country. And not only the NAEP scores, but the international scores as well, showed us about third from the bottom. You told me you were not only embarrassed, but you were angry about this, and that we had to do something to change this in our country. And we took a hard look at it, and you absolutely said the bureaucracy of education in Washington is keeping its thumb on preventing growth, what we should have, because it's best handled at the state level. Letting states put their programs in place, and some states are going to do it a lot better than others. But it's not going to happen.
Mr. Miller gifting a membership. Thank you so much, Mr. Miller.
To any other country in the world that have really great programs, Germany, Sweden, Norway, we hear about this all the time. Point of fact is, they're this big. The United States is this big. We can't do it from Washington, D.C. It has to be done at the state level. So what we've been doing
To dismantle the
is,
DOE and empower the states. Like, honestly, I'm not a big fan of state governments doing it either. Schoolhouses used to be local. Education was regionalized and localized specifically by the people who live in the area determining the curriculum. They've tried to do this through the National Department of Education to some extent, but it all ends up being just what Texas or California wants. As the largest purchasers of textbooks, they get to dictate the curriculum for, many of the other states, most of the other states. And frankly, like, She said, we can't just do it all from DC. Well, no, you can't, because someone who lives in central Minnesota doesn't need the same education as someone who lives in Washington, DC. One needs to learn how to dodge bullets and the other needs to learn how to dodge corn or wheat threshers or whatever. They're different categories, different educational needs for different purposes. That being said, all of this money, federalizing education could go to states or even break it down more locally into municipalities or counties or school districts or whatever. That money could be invested directly into those places. And then the people who have control over who is elected there would care more because they'd be controlling the curriculum of the children. And they'd also, have a direct impact over the curriculum that's going to impact their children. Again, if you're a Montana voter, like, your opinion on education really doesn't matter. Who cares? No one wants to listen to you. You're going to get the education that someone in Detroit, Michigan is going to get, and that doesn't make sense. Centralizing education has the purpose of indoctrinating for the federal government, and they learned that from Hitler. It was one of the lessons that they thought that one of the things they thought he did really well, and they borrowed directly from that, was the ability to indoctrinate children from a very young age, also to listen to them, and also to help monitor and police the parents and peers and siblings of the children who are in the school. And they convince them that school authorities are good and trustworthy. They convince them that they are safe. And then what do we have? We have the largest child molestation apparatus on the entire planet in the U.S. education system. What do we also have? We have one of the biggest, the narking, reporting, whatever you want to call it, systems in the country. It's engineered in the 1984 fashion. It's really fucking gross. Oh, and it doesn't educate the kids, like that, which is supposed to be the trade-off for all this. It's like the kids get actually well educated, but they don't. Mulgara says government-run schools exist purely to spew statism. It wants to make people dependent on the state. It must be abolished. We need more people on the Ron Paul curriculum, for example.
Lori brought up, Secretary of Labor brought up, we have a great working relationship. We have already signed and implemented one MOU or interagency agreement to handle the WIOA program and the Perkins grants to make sure it works. I call these, these are programs, pilot programs that we're putting out there. And if these are going to work, we will be able to permanently transfer these programs to other agencies. They're working like a charm. We've taken some of our best people in education. It
Well,
still
just
operates
beware
under the
gifting a
budget of the
membership. Thank
Department
you
of
so much for
Education
that.
And under the
Well, just beware.
management of the Department of Education, but working with Lori's personnel. And when I hear pushback on that to say, well, how can this possibly work? To take education and put it in labor. Let's be efficient. One example, in order to draw down on a lot of the grants that they are helping us with, we're using their grant system. The grant system at the Department of Education is like held together with bubble gum and rubber bands. And it did not interact with any other agency. Now, we have this really smooth operation already in labor. So that has prompted us to sign also other interagency agreements, 2 more with labor, 1 with HHS,
Look at those!
one
Look
with
at
the
those
Department of
captions
State,
going nuts.
And we'll be moving other programs, but these are proof of concept. Let's make sure they're working and working smoothly before we ask.
Bang up job.
Just an incredible negotiator. So we're bringing
Wait a
all
minute.
very hard to make sure that we've got anti-Semitism and DEI out of our universities and put some pretty.
Okay. What do you mean getting anti-Semitism and DEI out of our universities? Do you mean in the hiring, in the policy aspects of it? Sure. But what are we talking about? Are we talking about speech? Because you're allowed to be racist or sexist. Those things are okay. And they should have no impact on your ability to have equal protection and equal benefit under the law.
active, fine zone, worked some good deals. I've enjoyed working with Harmeet, who is just an incredible negotiator. So we're bringing all of that to bear as well. So I can say, sir, that we are moving to return education to the states and to bring the level of education back up, making sure our students can read by reintroducing the science of reading in schools. And going into next year, I can honestly say we've got a lean, mean machine operating at the Department of Education. There's only half the workforce when we started, and we're more efficient, and I think we're going to see better results as we move into next year. So thank you for this incredible opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, during this holiday season for empowering us.
Fire him. Fire him immediately. Anyone who sounds like this needs to go find a grave and crawl in it. What is happening? This necromancer motherfucker sitting at the cabinet table. Mr. President, my larynx was removed by a tiger 4 years ago, but I'm here to give you a report.
As me, Dr. McCary, Jay Bhattacharya, and Dr. Oz, to change the trajectory of this agency towards public health in a way from the tradition of serving the mercantile interests of the medical industrial complex and the big pharmaceutical companies. 2 weeks ago, we ended, under your leadership, a 20-year war on women by removing the black box warnings.
Why did we end that war? We ended 8 wars. That wasn't one of them that I suggested. He legit has a disease. It's RFK. Legit has a disease. It's him and his sister. It's genetic. So? Wait a minute. Because he has a disease? Like I'm supposed to like listening to this? I don't like it. It sounds horrible. I can barely understand him. Good Lord. Fire him. I don't care about competence. I care about how they sound. And they talk to me at these meetings that are important. Mulgara says, the thing is, RFK Jr.'s voice isn't even the worst I've heard. He's in competition with Mark Levin. Levin's voice is a goddamn 8th Amendment violation. You're an asshole. He's trying to clean up the garbage SpaghettiOs that you feed your children. No, he isn't. He wasn't in my kitchen cleaning up SpaghettiOs. Don't you lie to me. It's an immutable thing. Again, what are we talking about? I want clean-sounding politicians so I can understand them. Their words are important.
Hormone replacement therapy.
You're an asshole. I know. How do you not know this yet?
The medical cartel was telling women that hormone replacement therapy during menopause was dangerous for them. In fact, here's what the science said. It diminishes the risk of fatal heart attacks by 25%, cardiac disease by 50%, Alzheimer's by 35%, bone fractures by 50 to 60%. It improves appetite, it improves sleep, it improves energy, it improves happiness. There are tens of millions of women.
Doesn't improve speech, though. Good God. He's hard to listen to, guys. He's probably competent, but he's hard to listen to. Mulgara says, I'd literally rather have RFK Jr. read me a smut novel than listen to Mark Levin speak at all. That's good. I think we should have that. I think that should be part of his duties.
This country has been deprived of that therapy because of just scientific malpractice by the medical cartel. We are now remedying that, and this remedy will now be available to all women who want it during one of the most difficult transitions of their lives. MFN is one of our greatest accomplishments. It would not have happened without you. You were the only person who believed in it. You drove us to get it done. We've now made agreements with the 5 biggest pharmaceutical companies. We have 12 more in the lineup to make agreements. By the time this administration leaves office, 95% of the drugs in this country we will have the lowest prices.
That's beneath me. Oh, no. Listen, I always know it's beneath me, and that isn't it. That's not it at all. It's just hard to fucking hear. And it takes him a long time. I don't even know what's an MFN? What is this? I'm not a doctor. These MFNs are great. I can think of some acronyms that would be funny for MFN to be, but I think I'm wrong.
Any nation in the developed world. Americans are already getting the benefits from these. These companies are already lowering.
You want me to put an RFK voice on Super Tips? I'll do it. That would be the most offensive thing I can think of. We need to do it. Ryan, are you there? Are you there, Ryan? If you're there, please send me a beautiful jingle. If not, I'll text him later. We need an RFK voice stat.
Prices dramatically, as you've noticed. And then this week, Howard at Department of Commerce and Jameson at the U.S. Trade Representative made a bargain with Great Britain to raise their drug prices in conformance with your promise that the Europeans would raise theirs to counterbalance us lowering ours, and therefore we would keep intact the ecosystem of innovation and protect innovation. So congratulations on that, Mr. President. When you first asked me to take this job, one of the first contacts we made was with a leading health economics professor at Harvard. And we asked him what's the one innovation that we could do that would most dramatically improve the health care experience for the average American. And he said there's no contest, it's to get rid of prior authorization.
Your drug prices have not gone down. Look, some drug prices have gone down. Some of mine have, like very specifically, which I'm happy about. It's nice. It's nice. My prescriptions, it's expensive to keep me alive, y'all. I don't know why anybody does it. Just been like, let him go. But the non-prescription drug price, I'm not actually familiar with at present.
Thanks to your leadership, we were able to convene the largest.
SB Farmer says Coke. No, I actually legitimately have no idea what it costs anymore. I'm wondering because Trump's like crackdown. It makes me wonder if the prices are different, but you know, who cares? No, like I have a monthly allergy shot. I take Provigil. Those have both come down in price pretty significantly, and they're very expensive medications, right? Like, you know, so I felt that weight lifted. That was nice. There have been some other things that have come down as well. So it's good stuff. I have gotten good benefit out of the prescription drug price change. Like personally, I don't know where it's coming from. I know they overcharge for prescription drugs, but I know we also subsidize other countries' price caps. So like you never know how much you're paying for American parts of the drugs and how much you're paying for Canada, UK, Scotland, or whatever, like any of these other places. You don't know how much of your payments are subsidizing their price caps.
Insurance companies in this country and do something that every administration, every Congress has promised for the past 30 years. We actually got it done. We convened the insurance companies representing 280 million Americans and got them to agree, most of them by January.
You meant specifically recreational medications. I don't have any of the, like the closest I can get is like a vape, you know, a nicotine vape. I technically have a weed prescription right now, but I almost never use it because if I did, I'm asleep. Like it's over. But I'm tested for all the recreational stuff. So like you can't do anything. You can't there's no messing around with it at all. It's 21 months in prison if I do. So no thanks. Just Poopin says we have a 5-year-old with autism that's now on leucovorin, a supplement that RFK did a huge press conference on. We still pay $300 every month for it. Well, hopefully that'll come down. Like that sucks. And you fail every test. If I failed any tests, I would be literally at risk of going to prison for almost 2 years. A single test failure would be very, very devastating. But no, I haven't failed any.
Of 2026 for 2 months from now, to remove prior authorization for most of their procedures, for all the procedures we want them removed from. And that means that American patients at the point of care will be able to get an answer immediately. If your doctor says you need knee surgery, you will know before you leave that doctor's office whether your insurance company will pay for it or not.
Thank you.
Similarly,
That's a good change.
healthcare records, the tech industry has refused to share healthcare records. You asked us to change that. We convened the 60 biggest tech companies at a conference that you presided over about 2 months ago. We now did a secondary conference which 400 leading companies have all come in and agreed to remove any kind of blockages where individual Americans can get their own health care. Americans own their health care records, yet they were not able to access them. And if you lived in New Jersey and you moved to Oregon and you got injured, you went to a hospital, you would have to spend maybe 45 minutes filling out forms on a clipboard because your doctors there could not get your healthcare records. They couldn't get your blood type, your allergies, all the things that they ought to know immediately so they can save your life. Now that has all changed, and all these companies now have agreed to remove all the blocks on sharing healthcare records. Every American will have their healthcare records available on their cell phones, and it's already happening. In the last 6 months, there have been over 100 times the number of healthcare records shared by hospitals than during the entire previous administration. On deregulation, HHS proudly is now leading the pack, and thank you for your help on that, Russ. But today we announced the revocation of the nursing home rule, which was overburdening
Rubio's
rural
bored as
areas
fuck.
across this country, Indian reservations, with regulations that were going to destroy the nursing home industry in those communities. And that is going to be a $25 billion savings. Those are some of the things that we're doing because of your leadership. President Trump, thank you so much, and Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you very much. Great job.
Well, Mr. President, you've assembled an incredibly talented group here. If you took a look at this group compared to any Fortune 500 leadership team, any group of startup folks, I mean, this is an amazing group in the breadth of what's being accomplished. And the timing couldn't be better because with your leadership and vision, you've set us up for this age of abundance as we head into next year, the 250th anniversary of this country. And what are we heading into that year? As we've talked around the table, you've heard about massively lower taxes, massively lower regulation, abundant energy, record capital investment coming in, job growth. I mean, we are set up to really have something to celebrate next year. And I just, again, want to say thank you to everybody around the table. You gave us one big assignment in Interior. Of course, Interior, the largest balance sheet in the world. In the Department of Interior, if it was a standalone company, 500 million acres of surface, 700 million acres.
Trump's like, let's get this thing over with. This is getting a bit long.
Subsurface, over 3 billion of offshore from Guam to the Virgin Islands. And you said, we got to take care of that balance sheet. We got to develop those resources. And what have we done across that? Producing record amounts of oil, record amounts of gas. And again, we set out with a goal, energy diplomacy, sell energy to our friends and allies. We're exporting a record amount of energy to all of our friends and allies around the world. That's helping do that. And you're giving a gift to America as we head into this. You're giving us peace abroad, and you're giving us prosperity at home. That bodes so well for our country. One small little gift that we're giving to all Americans from one teeny part of Interior, which is the national parks, is that not only are we keeping prices low for all American citizens, we're offering 10 free days for our national parks next year to coincide with our holidays, but also a $100 surcharge for non-residents. That is going to raise hundreds of millions of dollars for our...
This is an interesting policy, basically reducing the cost for Americans, but making foreigners want to go. There are national parks, not yours. Can't have $100 surcharge for foreigners to come into our national lands.
For helping restore and preserve all of our...
Mulgara says, I wonder if what RFK Jr. has impacts his snoring. Imagine if his snoring sounded like that. Jesus Christ, his death rattle sounding voice never sleeps.
Best parks. So as we close out with it, I want to also say a big celebration going on here in Washington, D.C. We've been thrilled to be part of the National Park Service, the U.S. Park Police, part of this great effort across a number of us on making D.C. safe and beautiful. This will be the safest and most beautiful capital in the world. We are doing so many things, whether it's hundreds of homeless camps, thousands of graffiti sites, cleaning up ponds and fountains, preparing this thing. The United States is never going to be performing better economically. It's never going to be looking better, just like the White House
Fountains
has never
and
looked
ponds,
better. All because
otherwise
of your
known as
vision and
nature's
leadership.
fountains.
So again, thank you, sir. You've given an incredible Christmas gift to Americans by setting us up for an incredible 250th anniversary.
That's very nice. Thank you, Doug, very much. Rocco?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, this is a very talented team, as you've seen, and as you know, because you picked every single one that's on you, deserve tremendous credit for doing that. It's an honor to be in this role. It's also an honor.
I wish Trump would look at him and just be like, are you here legally? Are you here legally? Just, you need to go.
To be involved in and be a witness to what I believe is the most transformational year in American foreign policy since the end of the Second World War, at least. And it's transformational because for the first time in a long time, we have a president who basically puts America at the forefront of every decision we make in our relations with the world. And that may sound weird to people, like, of course you always do. No, that hasn't always been the case until about a year ago. And I think we've all witnessed in our own respective spaces how in every interaction the president has with the world,
You really
the goal
do have
he has
small
in mind
hands.
is very simple.
Very
Does
sweaty.
what you want us to do, or is it what we're going? Or is it going to make us stronger? Is it going to make us richer? Is it going to make us safer? If it is, he's for it. If it's not, he's against it. If something's going to make America weaker or poorer or less safe, the president's going to be against it. And every single thing he has done in our foreign policy has been driven by the American people in mind. And I can go down the list. Why has he focused on mass migration? It's very simple, because no country is safe if you can just walk in without us knowing who you are into your country. We've seen the destruction that that's wreaking, not just in our own country, but the impact that it's having in Europe and in many other parts of the world. You talk about trade deals and the trade situation has been involved in. People, all this reporting on it. It's very simple. The president views the last 40 years as an era of which American workers and American farmers have been ripped off. They've been ripped off, and what he's saying is we want to have a trade with the world, but it has to be a trade in which American businesses and American workers and the products they make and what American farmers grow and produce has a fair shot to be sold around the world. On issue after issue, that's been the case. You talk about foreign aid reforms. This is not our money. This is taxpayer money. When the president has said is we're going to do foreign aid, but we're going to do foreign aid for countries that are aligned with the United States and in a way that doesn't waste the taxpayers' money. Mr. President, you deserve tremendous credit for that. Many of us, the Vice President, by the way, I want to acknowledge, has played an extraordinary role in our foreign policy, and he too has been a witness to all of this as it's been occurring, and he's been a big part of it as well. You talk about NATO. The President's not against NATO. He went to NATO and basically said, look, you guys, we're paying all the money, and he got them to do the 5% commitment, which everybody said was never going to happen. It was impossible. Everything this president does is driven by the American people. Whether you don't have to agree with the actual move, but
Very
understand
good,
the
Marco.
motivation.
Thank you. Very good.
The motivation is always you, the American people, and what's good for
really
you,
is.
for your family, for the country, and for our economy. But the president is also committed to peace in a way that all of us have seen.
Thank you for speaking
He
for
achieved
me.
in Gaza,
I couldn't
and
do
he
it on
does
my
it, by
own.
the way, not just because he hates war and he thinks wars are a waste of money and lives, but because he's the only leader.
There. Thank you. That characteristic is one of the most important characteristics of an American president. War is a waste of money and a waste of lives. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Mulgara says, were Pam Bondi not there, Rubio is my least favorite cabinet member. He's as powerful as Henry Kissinger currently and is a Cuban Mike Pompeo. I hate his foreign policy. I don't think politicians fully grasp how anti-war America has become. It's not that we want a weak military or anything like that. I actually don't have any problem with I know defense spending is like the biggest part of the budget. I'm not that doesn't concern me. It's the primary role of government is to provide for a common defense, provide for national defense from threats, both foreign and domestic. So Like, you're not going to sell me on military spending being inappropriate. It's one of the most appropriate government spendings that exists. So I'm not saying that at all. I really don't want to send people to war to die and to not be here creating. Like, I don't want to do that. We can make more cool stuff. Now, sometimes a motherfucker needs a bomb, right? Like, sometimes that needs to happen. But let's always look at war as a waste of money and a waste of lives.
In the world that can. No other leader in the world could have pulled off what happened in Gaza. And I can tell you, I can't get into the details. The vice president knows what I'm talking about. That deal doesn't happen without the president's direct interaction.
Mutual
with the
hand
leaders that
jobs.
were involved in this
Mutual,
decision-making.
that's the
and everyone
trick.
said that deal couldn't hold. And then the president shepherded through the United Nations of all places.
The Palestinians never wanted to shake back.
To line up behind the peace deal, behind the border peace. And it's still, every day is a challenge. But it's been driven personally by the president. It's the reason why we're involved in this whole Ukraine-Russia conflict. That's not our war. It's not the president's war. This war started, it never would have happened.
Wasn't mine.
President. But this
Never
war is
would have
going
had it.
on, and the president is trying to end it, not because, listen, we got a million things to focus on in the world as a country, but he's the only leader in the world that can help end it. And that's why even as we speak to you now, Steve Woodcock is in Moscow trying to find a way to end this war.
Woodcock is
to
what
save
happens when
lives
you
of
go too deep.
9,000 people, Mr. President, as you well know, are dying every week. More people are dying a week in that war than have died in the entirety of the U.S.'s involvement in Afghanistan or Iraq. Just think about that, how bloody and destructive it is. The president's taken on this issue of Sudan personally, not send out deputies to do it. Again, far away from the United States, because he's the only leader in the world that can bring it about to an end, not to mention all the other peace deals, very dangerous ones like India and Pakistan, or Cambodia and Thailand. And so on all these things, Mr. President, I think you deserve tremendous credit for the transformational aspect of our foreign policy. For the first time in probably 4 decades, the American foreign policy is driven by what is good for America and Americans. Whether it makes us safer and stronger and more prosperous. If it is, he's for it. If it doesn't, he's against it. And that sort of clarity is transformational. I close with this, and I know I'm last, so I wanted to be fast, but there was a lot to cover. I do want to say this is the most wonderful and magical time of the year. By that, of course, I'm referring to the college football playoffs. And I just want to say this as a point of personal privilege.
Oh, stop.
And I'm
This
a
is
Florida
lame.
Gator, but if the University of Miami gets screwed out of the college football playoffs after going 10-2 and beating Notre Dame, the whole thing should be scrapped, and you're going to have to take over it next year.
Well, thank you all very much. It was terrific. I hope it wasn't too long, but it was very concise, and we've done a lot. This group has done a lot. Amazing. Everybody at this table has done a fantastic. And Susie, thank you for doing a great job as our Chief of Staff. First female Chief of Staff in the history of our country, which is pretty amazing when you think of it, right? And she's the best. Thank you very much. Great job.
The Chief of Staff.
After that, do you want to ask any questions?
There's been a lot of speculation about who the next Fed chairman could possibly be. You said you have somebody in mind.
Yeah.
How many names were you given on the final list? And does that person currently work on the board of the Federal Reserve?
Well, I'd say that we probably looked at 10. And Scott interviewed some people that I didn't know, but he knew. And a lot of people were involved in the process, actually, and Howard was involved. But I think we probably looked at 10, and we have it down to 1.
Can you answer that is? I want to ask you about Elon Musk, if I could. You talked about Elon Musk. You had him at dinner here in the White House. Is he now back in your circle of friends?
Well, I really don't know. I mean, I like Elon a lot. He was a very... he really helped.
He's kind of
during the
autistic,
election
Chris. It's more
with
like a
his endorsement. He
decahedron
felt
or a
strongly.
dodecahedron.
Look, we had one problem. You know, I didn't want to have everybody have to have an
Friends.
electric car, and he makes electric cars. And yeah, I think we get along well.
You know, on affordability.
You finish up.
One more, yeah. When you talk about affordability, is going forward, are the American people, do you believe, getting impatient with the reforms that you're making? They've talked about it's about.
Well, I think they're getting fake news from guys like you. Look,
get them.
Affordability is a hoax that was started by Democrats who caused the problem of pricing, and they didn't end it. look, they lost in a landslide. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. You take a look at districts, it was 2,750 to 500, 525, because that was an affordability problem. We brought it down. Look at energy. Look at the gasoline price. It's like the simplest, and it's the biggest, because if energy comes down, everything comes down. That's the way it works. We're going to be at 250. You said 199 in some places in the country, right? You said it. I didn't say it. And they won't check you. They'll check me. So I'd like to use your number. 199 a gallon. Unthinkable. If you go back a year and a half ago, it's unthinkable. So now we're bringing the prices down, way down. Beef is coming down now. We've done certain magic, and beef is coming down. But we inherited horrible prices.
Magic,
we
beef is coming down.
Really
coming down from the sky.
The worst inflation in history. We inherited that. When I came in, that's what he had. And we fixed inflation. And we fixed almost everything, if you want to know the truth, including 8 wars. We got 1 to go, but including 8 wars. But when they always say, I watched today where they have a race going on right now in Tennessee, and this woman goes, affordability. They're the ones that caused the problem. The prices were way high. We're bringing the prices down. But they're like scam artists. They're I call them con men and women. They come out, they say affordability, like, oh, I see prices. We're going to get prices down still further. But we brought them down from the prices they cost. The reason that they had the highest inflation in the history of our country is because they had the highest prices. But we brought them down, and now we have normal inflation.
Mr. President, thank you so much for taking questions with your assembled cabinet. I wanted to clarify something that you had said on Sunday regarding the boat strikes near Venezuela. You had said that you didn't know if the second strike on that one boat had happened, but you wouldn't have wanted it. Now that your administration has acknowledged that it happened, do you support that second strike? And Mr. Secretary, I want to clarify something you had said in an interview back in September, I believe on Fox News. You said that you had watched that strike live on television. In real time, did you know that there were survivors after the initial strike?
Who cares?
Well, look, all I know is this. Every boat that you see get blown up, we save 25,000 on average lives, 25,000 lives. They've been sending enough of this horrible fentanyl and other things like cocaine and
Hey,
other
wait a
things.
minute.
But fentanyl right now is
You
the
slow
leader
your
of the
roll,
pack,
Prez.
to kill our entire nation. Because a little speck on the head of a pin can kill somebody. It's very dangerous stuff. I know so many people where their sons were drug addicts. They had one little sample, and they died. They died. They couldn't believe it. As far as the attack
I couldn't
is
believe that you
concerned,
died.
I still haven't gotten a lot of information because I rely on Pete. But to me, it was an attack. It wasn't 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Somebody asked me a question
1 strike,
about the
2
second
strike, red
strike. I didn't know
strike,
about
blue
the
strike.
second strike. I didn't know anything about people. I wasn't involved in it. I knew they took out a boat. But I would say this, they had a strike. I hear the gentleman that was in charge of that is extraordinary. He's an extraordinary person. I'll let Pete speak about him. But Pete was satisfied. Pete didn't know about second attack having to do with 2 people. I guess Pete would have to speak to it. I can say this.
The order was given to destroy the boat. They clarified this because they originally said that Pete Hegseth directly gave the order for the second strike. This has been clarified. That was an error by the Washington Post. New York Times has reported on it. Pete had simply said, destroy the boat. The second strike was ordered by the admiral in charge of the operation, not by Pete Hegseth, not by President Trump. And was that an unlawful strike on a vessel? Again, these questions are really complicated. The questions are really, really complicated. Is the boat shipwrecked? Is it seaworthy? Et cetera. What's going on with it? They fired a second missile. It's tough because you have to give the flexibility to make decisions to your field officers. An admiral is hardly a field officer, but in terms of using autonomous drones, they actually are field officers. If it's run up the chain of command and everything appears proper and it seems a second strike is warranted, then the second strike happens. You determine that it was incorrect. Maybe they made a mistake. But was it unlawful? Was it illegal? Does it merit a court-martial? Should they be removed? Should they be tried? I think we have other issues going on.
Those boats taken out. And if we have to, we'll attack on land also, just like we attack on sea. And there's very little coming in by sea. I think we've knocked out over 90% of it. There's very little, and I understand that. There's very little. We're saving hundreds of thousands of lives with those pinpoint attacks. It's an amazing thing when you see a boat going along. And, you know, a lot of the press would like to say they're not. You see the boat. They're not maybe drugs. You see these boats. First of all, who has 5 engines on the back of a boat going in weird directions and loaded up with lots
engines
of
all
white
over the place?
Containers. They're bags of things. No, they've done an amazing job, and Peter's done an amazing job. Pete, you could probably better answer the question.
No, you're spot on, sir. I think you got to start with the baseline, which Marco laid out, everybody's laid out. You got 20 million people invading our country over 4 years. We don't know where they're coming from. That includes Tren de Aragua and cartels and violent criminals. They bring drugs, and you mentioned it, Mr. President, poisoning, an intentional poisoning of the American people, killing.
Remember that due process, and I'm not picking on the person in the chat who said due process, so I'm not going to mention the name because it's not about that. Due process, is just a reminder, is the process that is due under the circumstances. Sometimes due process is a cop pulling out a gun and shooting someone. That is their due process. That they got due process for the removal of their right to life because maybe they pulled a gun on a cop or a gun on someone else. The cop was reasonably in fear of imminent lethal harm to himself or others. So he pulls out a gun and shoots. That's all the process that's due. You're not due a trial for that. Unless the situation calms down, the threat is no longer active, etc., an arrest is made, then the process changes. If you're on a Venezuelan drug cartel boat, your due process in international waters heading towards the United States, carrying a payload of dangerous drugs, your process is not, the process you're due is very minimal. Very minimal. It does not mean you get a full trial. It doesn't mean you get all this stuff. Just look at this. This man hoovering in drugs left and right. Even he knows.
Hundreds of thousands of Americans. So the president had the courage to designate these cartels as designated terrorist organizations. Now, a number of us here served in the military and spent 20 years fighting terrorists like Al-Qaeda and ISIS on the other side of the world. How do you treat Al-Qaeda?
I didn't watch my buddies die face down in the muck and dam. Sorry, very Walter vibes there.
Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Do you arrest them and treat them, pat them on the head and say, don't do that again? Or do you end the problem directly by taking a lethal, kinetic approach? And that's the way President Trump has authorized the War Department to look at these cartels. And I wish everybody could be in the room watching our professionals like Mitch Bradley, Admiral Mitch Bradley, and others at JSOC and SOCOM and other commanders. The deliberative process, the detail, the rigorous, the intel, the legal, the evidence-based way that we're able to, with sources and methods that we can't reveal here, that make sure.
So this came up during the drone strike of Anwar al-Awlaki. It wasn't like they're just flying a drone and there's a missile strike. They had I believe it was a SEAL team on the ground who makes the positive ID. You have to get the intel correct. They have to recon the area. They have to identify the suspects or the subjects of the potential attack. They have to identify any accompanying parties if possible. They gather as much information as they can. They relay that up the chain of command, and it goes through an approval process. Now, this is back in fucking 2013 or something like that. This is a long time back. That process has been refined and streamlined as we go. And the technology for detection, the ability to gather intelligence has grown significantly since then. We have better optics. We have optics that can see through different types of materials. We have more data based on how things are done, so we can establish pattern recognition, like Trump has said, well, you got these little packages sitting around the rim of the boat. Like, we have a whole bunch of information that we've gathered that allows us to make these sorts of decisions. It's not willy-nilly. It's not like one Yahoo drone pilot's like, whoa, missile time, boys. The amount of process that goes into this is significant. I don't know if people are out here just assuming like this is random or whatever. It's very intentionally done. It's done with consultation of legal experts, of foreign policy experts, of the direction of the president, the direction of the director of whichever branch of the military you're in. You have a whole bunch of people involved in this decision, either directly through the chain of command or tangentially through the policies and procedures that have been put in place. And then, of course, you have all of the resources of the United States being poured into identifying these people. They don't want to blow up a civilian boat, right? Like that seems obvious. These aren't decisions made on whimsy. And it's just silly that people keep, it's like, wow, they just blew up these poor innocent people. It's like, well, I mean, not really though.
That every one of those drug boats is tied to a designated terrorist organization. We know who's on it, what they're doing, what they're carrying. All these white bales are not Christmas gifts from Santa.
Yes, they
this
are.
Is drugs running on motor fast boats or submarines that we've also struck. No one's fishing on a submarine. And I have empowered them to make that call. Now, the first couple of strikes, as you would, as any leader would want, you want to own that responsibility. So I said, I'm going to be the one to make the call after getting all the information and make sure it's the right strike. That was September 2nd. There's a lot of intelligence that goes into that, building that case and understanding that. A lot of people providing information. I watched that first strike live. As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all the sensitive site exploitation digitally occurs. So I moved on to my next meeting. A couple of hours later, I learned that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do, and by the way, Admiral Bradley made the correct decision to ultimately sink the boat and eliminate the threat. He sunk the boat, and...
This is really smart legal maneuvering and politicking right now. Trump isn't talking. Hegeseth is. As Secretary of War, he's removed Trump from one step removed Trump from the situation. Hegeseth further removes himself from the situation by putting it on the shoulders of the admiral who's in charge of the intel at the time, who's the decision maker with the authority to make it. Is a legal argument protecting himself and his president from the ramifications of a potentially unlawful strike. Right? Like this is good stuff. Legally and politically, Hegeseth is killing it right now. He gave us an interesting detail a minute ago that there's like he didn't stick around for the hour plus time. So wait, was this boat disabled for an hour? That might change the legal calculus. Who knows? I'm not claiming to know that. I don't think it does ultimately. And I think if you have some level of culpability or wrongdoing, it would be more on the negligence side rather than intentionality side. And any actions against the commanding officers would be reduced or even ignored in the sort of heat of the moment intel as we had it at the time type of decisions. Unless they can show that they willfully ignored something that would have shown that they shouldn't do it, blah, 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 blah. There's always a legal maneuver you can do, but he's doing right now, he's insulating himself and his boss from this very well, putting it squarely on the most protectable parties, which is the admiral.
Eliminated the threat. And it was the right call. We have his back. And the American...
Oh, but there it is. That's the other thing I wanted to mention. It was the correct call, though, and we have his back. I mean, he did it. He did it. He's acting under some sort of orders, but like it was him. He had the authority to do it. He made the decision, but he was right, and we've got his back. And as long as they continue to do that, it's legally insulating, and it's politically expedient, and it is the right play for people in Hegeseth and Trump's position here. And to be clear, I also think that they're not legally in the wrong on this issue, but I'm just saying that there are critics and competing opinions out there about the legality of the strike, and they'll be pointing to stuff, and these guys are insulating themselves from that that possibility.
People are safer because narco terrorists know you can't bring drugs through the water and eventually on land if necessary to the American people. We will eliminate that threat, and we're proud to do it.
So you didn't see any survivors, to be clear, after that first strike? You personally?
I did not personally see survivors, but I stand, because the thing was on fire. It was exploded and fire and smoke. You can't see anything. You got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand. You sit in your air-conditioned offices or up on Capitol Hill and you nitpick and you plant fake stories in the Washington Post about kill everybody, phrases on anonymous sources not based in anything, not based in any truth at all. And then you want to throw out really irresponsible terms about American heroes, about the judgment that they made. I wrote a whole book on this topic because of what politicians and the press does to warfighters. President Trump has empowered commanders to do what is necessary, which is dark and difficult things in the dead of night on behalf of the American people. We support them, and we will stop the poisoning of the American people.
And Mr. Secretary,
To me, this is the most interesting part of the entire meeting right here. What Hegeseth is doing, this is the relevant and trending legal issue, and he's handling it expertly. This is really well done, in my opinion. Minstress has gifted a membership. Thank you. Nunya Business is getting the gift there. Nunya Business, make sure you send a little thank you to Minstress if you're of the typing variety. I mean, who knows? Maybe you're watching on a different screen. But thank you, Minstress. Very nice to gift a membership. Make sure you check out the members-only content.
Second strike, you said it happened more than an hour after the first. Did I hear you correctly?
I couldn't tell you the exact amount of time.
Minutes, or you had left the room, is what you're saying?
I already stated my answer quite clearly.
So remember this.
Wait, Trish1 says, that's enough of this channel for me. Bye, I guess. Can't have a conversation here without drug addicts asking for drugs and filthy mouths. Be adults and professional. Clean up your minds and mouths. I'm out later. Well, adios, Trish1. Nobody fucking cares about any of that stuff. Like, just chill out. This is the internet, honey. Don't take it so serious.
We lost last year. I think it was more than that, but people don't like saying it because they always said 100,000, 115,000, numbers we've been hearing for years. So we lost last year more than 200,000 people, dead people, ruined families beyond the 200,000. And those 200,000, their family will never be the same. But these people have killed over 200,000 people, actually killed over 200,000 people last year. And those numbers are down. Those numbers are down. They're way down. And they're down because we're doing these strikes, and we're going to start doing those strikes on land, too. The land is much easier. It's much easier. And we know the routes they take. We know everything about them. We know where they live. We know where the bad ones live. And we're going to start that very soon, too.
Mr. President, thank you so much.
And you know what? When we start that, we're going to drive those numbers down so low. And then you're going to have families be able to live without the fear of their son or daughter just having a pill to have a little fun and ending up dying within a period of...
Wait, Trump, you know how you could just do this, right? Go after these bad guys with the fentanyl and stuff. He's like, the way he just said that's amazing. The way you could do this is to start decriminalizing stuff and allow production in American laboratories where people can have a label and FDA approval on this stuff, because the majority of recreational drugs are not as damaging or dangerous as they are claimed to be. I'm not saying they're safe, but look at how it goes. Prohibition breeds black markets, breeds crime. Legalization, some level of oversight and regulation, there still will be a black market. You're not going to completely eliminate it, but you can make it safer for people, understanding that use will occur. You can make it safer, less consequential, and you'll also reduce use, and you'll reduce concentrations of things, and you'll reduce the risk of overdose. It only works in every other program, in every other instance, but they're like, for drugs, no.
60 seconds, right? No, we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let it continue to happen. What Biden did to this country by allowing all these people, and I call them animals in many cases, I think they're animals, to come into our country and destroy our country and let all those drugs pour in. Let people just walk across the border like it was nothing. You look at them, a lot of them, you know, you say, oh, let's not discriminate. I'm not talking about color. I'm just talking about you look into the eyes of some of these people. We're smart. And you see a killer. Come on in. Just come on in. 11,888 murderers. Many of them committed more than one murder. He allowed them into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. But he also allowed drugs to come in at record numbers. And hundreds of thousands of people a year died. And with
Russell J. Finch says recreational bleeds into work life. No drugs in mechanic shops, please. Yeah, but that's up to the employers, right? The same way you can't typically drink alcohol in the middle of your workday. Depending on the job you have, I mean, maybe your job is like interpersonal sales, marketing, or you're involved in going out and conducting various meetings and business lunches and stuff like that. Some people, do have the ability to drink during their workday, or if you're a podcaster or whatever. But most places, and especially places where equipment operation happens, drugs and alcohol are not allowed during the workday, and being under their influence leads to liability and all sorts of problems. That's up to employers. And yeah, you don't want someone amped up on various medications or illicit recreational drugs. You don't want them operating forklifts and lathes and CNC machines. Of course you don't want that, but that's up to that's up to the workers. And we already have that with alcohol. We already have an analog in the US to see how this stuff will work. We saw that prohibition didn't work. We've seen the war on drugs routinely fail. Drug use increasing, overdoses increasing. We've seen nothing but failure, despite all of the efforts, all of the money, all of the lives wasted on it, all of the arrests, all of the jail time, all of the ignoring treatment for people who need it, and instead incarcerating them and putting them through hellish withdrawals in the worst environments possible. All of the suicide that's associated with all of these things. All of that has been spent for no gain, only to have worsening conditions. And yet with alcohol, we have the model. We saw what alcohol's prohibition did. It bred organized crime throughout the United States. It really brought organized crime to the United States in a way that hadn't been done before. And yet we're still like, oh yeah, no, this is good. No, they repealed it. And they're like, we can't prohibit alcohol. We can't do it. People will always find a way to drink. They'll find a way to make this stuff and do it. So you have the other option, which is to regulate, not eliminate. I'm not a big fan of regulation, but if regulation brings safer environments for our kids where they're just going to have a little pill and have a little fun, which of course that is the overwhelming majority of recreational drug use, is someone having a little bit of something and having a little fun. The overwhelming majority of recreational drug use is not chronic addictive behavior. It's not that. And if you think it's that, then you're flat out ignorant to just how many people around you are doing recreational drugs on occasion. And the president here is acknowledging that. So acknowledge that and govern better. Make a better system. We have the models for it. Of course, people should be penalized if they're driving under the influence of some sort of illegal drug, especially if they cause harm to someone. Like, all of these things already exist. So what are we doing? Remembering that many of these drugs were made illegal specifically because of trying to stifle out foreign farmers and stuff, when in an environment where global trade was wildly different. In an environment where global trade was wildly different, competition was wildly different. Like, this stuff could be made in America. This stuff, it is made in America, but it could be made in approved labs that are inspected. It could be handed out either through prescriptions or some sort of prescriptive-like program where there's a limit similar to, what we have, which I don't really like, but similar to what we have with something like Sudafed or pseudoephedrine, right? Where there's a regulated amount that can be bought in a given amount of time, et cetera. Like, we have all of these things in place to do all this stuff. And frankly, if you let the pharmaceutical companies test and experiment on those illegal drugs, they can start eliminating some of the bad parts of them. Like, they really can. They have the ability to do that. They do it all the time. It's crazy how much we have given logically how much of our logic we've given to the drug war, throwing eggs at a brick wall hoping it breaks. Never will.
Taking those son of a bitches out, yeah.
Thank you so much,
Whoa!
Mr. President, for taking your questions. I think this is the most
transparent. And hundreds of thousands of people a year died, and we're taking those son of a bitches out, yeah.
Yeah, get it, Trump.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for taking your questions. I think this is the most transparent administration I ever seen.
I'm impressed by these people. I'll tell you, how strong are you? You've been holding that thing for 2 hours. You know, there are very few physically. There are very few people who could do that. I'm very proud of you. What the hell you? I have no idea who you are, but you're strong.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, last week, militia groups in Iraq attacked the Christian region's gas field, the largest gas field, which even the U.S. companies invested in the energy sector in the Christian region. And the Christian Prime Minister requested the United States to provide them some sorts of means and defense system to defending their civilian infrastructure and U.S. investment in the Christian region. Are you willing to providing them this support? And if I had this question, tomorrow the United States is going to open and integrate.
Can you speak louder?
Yeah, of course.
Is that possible? You have the most gentle, beautiful voice, but you're very gentle.
Stop flirting, Trump. Could you speak louder? Is that even possible? You have the most gentle, beautiful voice. It's wonderful, really. Tremendous. I would love to have you whispering into mine in Melania's ear as a pile driving through the night occurs. But can you speak a little louder, please? Woody M2 says we're going to take out that Humpty Dumpty. Hell yeah.
Gentle person, go ahead. Just take fewer words and louder.
Yeah, sure. I wanted my first question. Last week, the Iraqi militia groups attacked one of the largest gas fields in the Kurdistan region of Iraq, which even the U.S. companies have invested in these gas fields.
Yeah.
And then,
are you from Iraq?
I'm from Kurdistan, Iraqi Kurdistan.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm working for Huda Media Network. And the Kurdistan region prime minister, he requested the United States to providing them some sorts of defense system to defending these gas fields and U.S. investment in the Kurdistan region. Are you willing to helping them?
Well, we're going to look at it. I heard about it, and I'm hearing about it more now, frankly. It wasn't at the top of my list. It's a very unusual question, I think, but I assume you're from the area, and to you it's a very important question, and to me it is.
He's from Cheese Kurdistan. We know that's very close to Minnesota. It's Wisconsin, particularly the western region. Cheese Kurdistan. I didn't know they had such beautiful voices in Cheese Kurdistan.
Also, because people are being killed. I will say this, Iraq has been much different in terms of us than they were prior to us taking out the nuclear capability of Iran. You know, Iran has gone down many, many steps in terms of its fear factor. They were the bully of the Middle East, and they're really not the bully of the Middle East anymore. And
I have a
was
Trump
being
wig
bullied
somewhere.
By Iran. We
I don't
had
know
a
where it went.
president that thought it was brilliant to blow them up, and they blew them up, and all of a sudden, instead of having a power that was basically equal to Iran, they had Iran ruling the Middle East for a long period of time. But Iraq, from the day we hit them with those B-2 bombers and knocked out and obliterated, because CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't total obliteration. Well, it turned out it was totally obliteration. It was every single one of those missiles hit its target. It was actually amazing, but it was wiped out, totally wiped out. I will tell you, Iraq has been a much friendlier place. They talk to us. The Prime Minister actually nominated me along with about 78 other countries for the Nobel Prize. I'm the only one that was nominated by almost 100 countries that didn't get it. But that's okay. But I saved a lot of lives. I saved a lot of lives. But Iraq nominated us for the Nobel Prize, and that was a great honor. You know, we didn't expect that from Iraq. Iraq has been a much different place since the taking out of Iran and the nuclear capability. Yeah.
Do you know they even have Popeye's fried chicken in Iraq now? Popeye's fried chicken, they brought the spicy. It's beautiful, wonderful place.
Let's get to it.
Mr. President, what are you saying?
Here we go. This guy's a beauty. Go ahead.
Secretary Rubio mentioned meetings ongoing in Russia today. Do you have any update from Mr. Wigfall, from Mr. Kushner on that, or what are you hoping to
Because I've been
get out
spending
of
too
it?
much time with you. I mean, we're spending a lot of time in here.
Oh my gosh. Nick, can I ask you what the vape does for you? I was a longtime smoker and quit in 2015. I got out of the military and I wanted to try THC, but only by the way of edibles. I had a really good time. To be clear, this is a nicotine vape. It's RYL is the brand. If you wanted to look it up, it's sour apple ice, kind of tasty. It does two things. One, the main thing is like I can't drink, right? So due to my probation, I can't drink at all. And this is like a nice little thing that I can do that involves my mouth. This is sounding really gay. It's a thing that I can do that involves my mouth. I guess it's like a sates, like an oral fixation or something. Well, I'm just sitting. Like it's a nice thing to do. And then I guess the nicotine may have a minor boosting effect, but like not really for me, because probably because of ADHD, like stimulants just don't work the same. But I do seem to be like slightly more awake when using it. So those are the main things. I like the taste too. That speech can't be clipped into something horrible.
We wanted to do this you talk about being open and transparent. This has to be the most
Vapes are
transparent
gay, that's true.
administration in history.
There's no denying that.
We spent a lot of time answering your questions and giving you a lot of good results. I mean, I think everybody here gave you good results. But no, I don't. I will have after I leave here.
But do you hope?
Yeah, don't do them. I'm not an advocate for them. Just telling you like why in particular I do them.
For a breakthrough, or is it not?
I don't know. Look, I don't know. All I can tell you is that we're trying very hard to save 25 to 30,000 people, mostly men, mostly soldiers, every month. 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers. It's impossible. That's half a stadium. Take a big football stadium. Take half of those people in a stadium, and they're wiped out. They're killed every month.
Oh, it's
crazy.
It's out of power.
That war is crazy. And it would have never happened with me, and it didn't happen for 4 years.
And you just mentioned potential land strikes. Can you elaborate anything on that? Are you talking?
Yeah, I'll elaborate. If they come in through a certain country or any country, or if we think they're building mills for whether it's fentanyl or cocaine. I hear Colombia, the country of Colombia, is making cocaine. They have cocaine manufacturing plants, okay? And then they sell us...
Wait, Colombia makes cocaine? Stop the presses. This is new information. I hear about it. I hear that Colombia, I believe that Colombia is a place where maybe you can get cocaine from time to time.
Cocaine. We appreciate that very much. But yeah, anybody that's doing that and selling it into our country is subject to attack.
So not necessarily just Venezuela.
No, not just Venezuela. No. Venezuela's been very bad. Venezuela's been really bad in something else, probably worse than most, but a lot of other people do it too. They would send murderers into our country. They would empty their jails into our country. They sent people into our country that we don't want. They sent their drug dealers and their drug people into our country. They sent people from their mental institutions into our country, and we're getting them out. That was bad. That was real bad. And they also sent drugs. Yeah.
On Tim Walz, Mr. President, do you think he should resign over the fraud scandal in his state?
Yes.
And who should?
Tim Walz, over the fraud scandal in his state.
Look, I think the man's a grossly incompetent man. I thought that from the day I watched JD destroy him in the debate. I was saying, who was more incompetent, that man or my man? I had a man and he had a man. They were both incompetent, and I had a man and a woman. I thought she was very incompetent too, but now she's leading the field, and I think she's leading the field for the nomination. Anyway, look, that's up to them. That's up to the Democrats. You know, the problem with them is they have really bad policy. And I'm not going to say what it is because I don't want them to change it necessarily. Because I want to run against it, whether it's not going to be me, it's going to be somebody that's going to probably sitting at this table. Could be a couple of people sitting at this table.
We could make him a multi-president. I love it. So Roger Stone raised that huge stink Trump 2028. And Trump's like, it's not going to be me, not going to do it. Could be someone else. Again, that was the whole thing was a red herring, but it was an interesting question. And the one thing to consider is anyone who's like a long-term thinker about politics or government or governance or power in general, they don't think the same way. So they're like, oh, they're talking about Trump's third term. No, the question about resolving who could be on a 2028 ballot isn't about getting Trump elected for a third term. It's likely about getting the youngest president ever elected to be a Republican and then have 3, 4, or 5 terms, like through some sort of chicanery or something like that. It wouldn't be about Trump. Trump's old. He's going to be tired of this shit after 4 years. The 4 years in office ages a president every single time, pretty dramatic ways. By the time he's done, he's probably going to be done. Now, if they're going to use him as a test case for can he run in 2028 to establish the principle or to lay out the legal maxim or whatever, maybe, but it's not about him. It's about installing generational power.
Could be a couple of people running together sitting at this table, you know, but I want them to win.
Shadefire, incorrect. You need to watch my video about the 12th and 22nd Amendment. It's not about non-consecutive terms. The 22nd Amendment or the 22nd Amendment doesn't care about non-consecutive terms. It just says you cannot run for president. You're not eligible to be on the ballot to be elected if you have been elected to 2 terms. And if you've served more than half of a term due to some other thing, it's counted as being elected. But it doesn't have to do with consecutive versus non-consecutive. It's entirely about whether or not you can assume office rather than being elected to office, because the 22nd precludes you from being elected to office.
Because we've done a great job for this country, and I want that to be carried forward. And you know, I think we have
inflatable. I'm not saying a third run for Trump will take place. That's what they said, and it was kind of a shot across the bow at what the 12th and the 22nd actually say. We went through it on a live stream. You can go back. It wasn't super long ago, but it's a really interesting question. It's much more interesting than your brain wants it to be, because your brain wants it to be very straightforward. But if you watch my video breakdown of it, you'll see what I mean, because we use the language of the text, et cetera, et cetera.
I think we have a tremendous bench, really a tremendous bench. But no, I think that Waltz is a grossly incompetent man. There's something wrong with him, okay? There's something wrong with him. And when you look at what he's done with Somalia, which is barely a country, you know, they have no anything. They just run around killing each other. There's no structure. And when I see somebody like Ilhan Omar, who I don't know at all, but I always watch her for years. I've watched her complain about our Constitution, how she's being treated badly. Our Constitution, the United States of America, is a bad place. Hates everybody, hates Jewish people, hates everybody. And I think she's an incompetent person. She's a real terrible person. But when I watch what is happening in Minnesota, the land of 1,000 lakes, or however many lakes they have, they got a lot of lakes.
They got a lot of lakes.
Beautiful place.
Wonderful,
and
beautiful.
I see these
Lots
people
of lakes.
ripping it off. And now I'm understanding, and you're going to look at that, Scott. I hear they ripped off Somalians, ripped off that state for billions of dollars. Billions. Every year. Billions of dollars. And they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%.
Damn.
They contribute nothing.
Calling them out.
I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I could say that about other countries, too. I can say it about other countries, too. We don't want them to hell. We have to rebuild our country. You know, our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't
Could
know if
go
people
bad.
mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is.
Myoclonic Jerk says, "What the third term thing? Doesn't being impeached nullify a term?" No. No. I shouldn't say no. Not under Trump circumstances. If he were convicted on impeachment, maybe it could. Of course, the impeachment implies by the second stage determining whether they could serve again. If you're impeached and removed, maybe the term is nullified. If they preserve your ability to serve again after that, maybe. But that's not what they're talking about.
Garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell, and they complain, and do nothing but bitch, we don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody.
Damn. All right, we're about done here.
I think he was answering. Are you sure? Absolutely. Mr. President, did you say I went? Did you say you went? Mr. Secretary.
More live.
Okay. Well, there we go. That was a Trump cabinet meeting. That was a long thing to endure. That's what she said. It, for a lot of the time, was really boring. Some funny stuff. Was curious what they would talk about. The boats, talking about the boats with Hegeseth. It's really interesting. Trump's passionate anger at Central and South American countries that are producing and shipping narcotics seems palpable, almost personal. So that's kind of wild. Who knows? I mean, who knows what the story is there? And his, it is a rah-rah session. It always is a rah-rah session. That's the point of these. It's to put out public PR. The news is, of course, going to pick it apart and dice it up and serve it back to us as if it's the worst thing ever, the most propaganda, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, which is fine. That's just how the cycle goes. You can ignore most of that because you watched it with me, which what's wrong with you? Why would you do that? Why did I do this? Final thoughts. The Trump 2028 run, I don't think is about Trump. I think it's about pushing the boundaries towards establishing something down the road. Remember, these people think, multiple decades to a century out. They're talking about establishing permanent power. They're talking about winning the game. And winning the game is whatever it means to them. Like, it's not objective. So on the 28th, or on Trump 2028, again, I don't think it's going to happen, but he can't be elected a third time. That's what the 22nd Amendment says. And the 12th Amendment says no one can run for vice president if they're not eligible to hold the office of president. That's the curious language, because everybody believes that the 12th and the 22nd combine to prevent a president running as vice president, for example. Trump could, in theory, run as vice president, and then if something were to happen to the president or they resigned, Trump would, through the line of succession, or the Presidential Succession Act or whatever, he would assume the role of the president. He wouldn't be elected to the role of the president. Now, importantly, the 12th Amendment draws a distinction, and it says that someone who is not eligible to hold the office of president cannot run for vice president. It does not say someone who's not eligible to be elected vice president. Those are different words, and the Supreme Court has told us that those different words matter, because the Supreme Court has said no word can be added or removed from constitutional text. They're all in there intentionally. They're voted on. They're revised and revised and rewritten, and the final form is what we get. So under that theory, the 12th wouldn't prevent Trump from running for vice president, in which case, if it doesn't prevent him from running for vice president, then he could assume office, because the 22nd doesn't prevent anyone who's eligible to hold the office from assuming office, only from being elected to office. So there's a gap in there. And it doesn't have to be the vice president, but that's the closest step removed from the presidency, and it's next in line. If you wanted to, you could be Speaker of the House, in which I don't believe the Speaker of the House even needs to be elected to Congress. I think they can just be elected by Congress to be the Speaker. I'm pretty sure that's like a weird rule that they have, but in that case, like that would be down there somewhere as well. But you'd have to get every person in front of you to remove themselves to do that. So I think the most likely outcome would be Trump running for vice president, which admittedly, when they first said it, I was like, you can't do that. You can't do that. And then I read the text and I was like, oh, you probably can. Now there'd be a huge mess with it. States may not put him on the ballot. It could be really disastrous for the election practically, because states may have the authority to keep him off the ballot. In that instance, it'd be a disaster. It'd be a mess. You'd have to pre-litigate a lot of these issues. But there's that. Let's see. Here we go. Nova 902 over on Rumble. Thank you, Nova, for your stalwart contribution. $20. Says Divinity is looking to crawl back into the Baldo bunker. Welcome her with open arms. I mean, I didn't get that impression just because she happened to be in the chat watching and was civil. But okay. He says, and her gang of bald-headed women. Look, bald-headed women. Why would they not be welcome? What are you talking about? This is the Baldo bunker we're talking about. Bald is in the word. It's in the title. It almost is a necessity at this point. Good Lord, get control of yourself. Spurging out in the chat like a weirdo. SB Farmer says back on tonight. Yes, I think so. Probably. I don't know if we'll do a full show or a members only show. There's the Crucible debate to go through. There's also more of the porn star trial. The Brian Walsh trial started up. I haven't really followed that, but it's a police officer who killed and dismembered a woman. So that, that's always fun. Allegedly, right? We don't know. I guess he's pleading not guilty. So that's why they're at trial. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff to talk about. And I'm just trying to be here and stream more and let people know I'm back. So tell your friends, tell your enemies especially, that I'm streaming again, because especially if you don't like the content, you want other people to not like it, tell them to come watch it so they know how horrible it is. Be great. With that, guys, we're going to be out. I will make an announcement on Locals or Twitter when I figure out the next stream, if it's tonight or if it's, tomorrow. It'll be there either way. You can join on Locals for free and get those free email notifications when I go live if you want. Otherwise, you can hope and pray that YouTube or Rumble system sends out the invites, but they don't always do that. All right, guys. Until next time, have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an art bag, a bow, more at Lafroig, the spirit spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the T-post on Twitter as we hear lost planning tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the T-post on Twitter as we hear lost planning tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law